probably hidden under one of these.
Yeah, the problem is they never installed it. That's, but we'll run it from there.
Is it right there, Nico?
Is that one?
What's that in the corner there? I can't see it.
But she used to run it from back here.
Nope.
Yeah, I don't think there's no floor. No. It's okay, we'll figure it out. We're going through the tape.
All right.
What is it?
Just looking for a plug.
Oh.
I think you turn it down a little. Yes, I did. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't reply. I was just... No worries. Oh, I got check this out. From the students. Don't worry about reading that. Just next page. What page is? Oh, wow. Yeah. They drew a bunch of pictures of the neighborhood, and then obviously what took place in the water. Yeah. I think it was the third grade. I think it was the third grade. What we told me.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh man.
It's a
So
school.
I do appreciate the pictures.
Yeah, the school next door. I'm just gotta go through to see
It's
that.
on University.
Goddard, right next to the yes. K through 6. Yeah. Yeah, they cleaned it up. Yeah. I just got it today, so I'll go through it. I'll set a meeting to meet with the kids.
Yeah.
Okay.
I gotta teach you how to tie an extension cord.
Yeah. The thing is,
Gotcha.
yeah, once we plug that in, then we can run the water.
Elm?
Yeah.
I know it's not in my district, but Ojeda does.
Yeah. I'll talk to him.
Oh, okay.
Good, you? Yeah, just drove down Elm Street now. Trash is all over Elm Street. I don't know if they put it in for tomorrow or if it's supposed to be picked up today. Huh? No, but I just drove by.
Oh no, that's tomorrow. They usually put it out. In this area, these people
Put it out at night.
that's not.
Good.
But they took care of.
They're not
They took
behind.
care of
Yeah,
that.
thank you.
Yeah, yes.
But he never attacked me Thursday night. So did you not get in touch with him either?
I didn't go to him. I went to my
Okay.
People, direct people that said, hey, I need this done. And they're like, got you, boss. They got it done.
Thank you.
I know my people.
Well, I just sent you one, so.
Yeah.
No,
But that's,
because I
but that's how I want
he never.
but that's how I want to help you. Whatever works for you, like that. Let me know.
All right, thank you.
What's up?
You behaving?
Tried. How are you?
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Worcester City Council budget hearings. What we plan on doing is do budget from 5 to 6:30. 6:30 will open up for public comment. Then after public comment, we'll break. Then we'll come back. We'll do the executive session and public comment. And, I mean, not public comment, we'll do executive session and break. Then we'll come back for the council meeting, or the budget meeting. Okay. Let's see how we go. So the first is approve of the minutes. Motions to adopt for May 26, 2026. All those in favor? Opposed? So ordered. Our first budget up is sustainability and resilience. And Mr. McGurthy, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Wait, before we do, let's do a roll call.
Council Bergman,
Here.
Council Bellata,
Here.
Council Economo,
Here.
Council Rizzolo,
Here.
Council King, Council Mitra,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Here.
Council Rivera,
Here.
Council Rosen,
Here.
Council Toomey,
Here.
and Mayor Petty.
Here.
Mr. Mayor, Council King is online, but he's an attendee, so I'm trying to promote him to panelist for the
Okay.
record.
Okay, Mr. McGurthy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next department in front of the committee here is Sustainability and Resilience. We're joined by John Odell, the Chief Sustainability Officer. This is a significant year-over-year difference, about 148%, a recommended appropriation of $1.5 million. The reason for that change is that we originally, in FY26 and prior, we had a revolving fund called the Carbon Mitigation Revolving Fund or Reduction Fund. That fund, per guidance from DOR, is no longer eligible. So those funds were transitioned over into the general fund revenues. Those revenues are then dedicated back into this department, addressing certain personnel and OM costs. We also have created this year, as mentioned in a prior hearing, the ESCO stabilization fund, which will be used to support various sustainability initiatives under the ESCO program. There are some funding changes within the budget, mostly related to some position regrades as part of the pay equity initiative and increased funding related to the WUBIN initiative.
Oh, the WUBIN. Can you give us an update on the WUBIN, where we are with that? And Mr. Ordell?
Through the chairs, of course. So, as you may know, we deployed 150 of those WUBINs for the last year, running a pilot program for that. Overall, it was, I think, we learned a lot. There were some hiccups that we've discovered, particularly around snow removal and impact of the location of the bins and snow removal and access to same. So we're looking at two changes going forward, effective, the first change is effective actually of just yesterday. We switched vendors. We have been doing the pilot under Casella, which is our recycling contractor as well. We've switched to a new vendor called Strong and Reliable, based on an updated scope of work so we can manage those bins a little bit better. As part of that scope, we're looking to actually take out some of the bins, not all, but many of the bins during the colder winter months when they were used much, much less, and we're concerned about snow impact and access to those and damage that could be resulted. So those are basically the two changes that we're looking for next year. The prognosis of the bins overall was very positive. We got a lot of very good feedback from folks that was included in our survey response as well, that people were very pleased that those had been put out. In fact, we've got a fair bit of demand for new locations for bins, which we don't have right now available, but we're hopeful that as we go through this next phase, we will fine-tune exactly where the bins should best be located so that we can maximize the effectiveness of the 150 we do have and move forward in that and going forward. Thank you.
When do you think you'll get more bins? Do you have an idea or?
Through the chair, I don't have that idea right now.
Okay.
No.
Keep up the good work on that. Councilor Rosen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair to Mr. Odell. I saw when I was holding my sign at Market 32 Price Chopper at Elm Park, I stood right next to a bin that hadn't been emptied for weeks, so of course it was overfilling. So I finally flagged down the truck. I guess that was Casella, right, at the time. Flagged them down, and they came over, and they emptied half the bin as recycling, and half the bin is trash garbage. Is that correct? And they took both, one out and then the next out, and put them in the same spot in the same truck. So I'm saying, are we really recycling? Now, maybe it was that bin because I admit it was overflowing, and maybe they said, we can't recycle any of this because people just wanted to get their trash in some hole in the bin, which I think they were both filled anyway. So that might be a bad example, but has that been a problem in the past where they're mixing and they're not really recycling? We're telling people we are. And my second question will be, and I'll be done, Mr. Chairman. My second question is this. It seems like I've driven by some bins and I've read other places that people do leave their own home trash right outside the bin. In fact, just the other day, I can't remember, it was yesterday, I can't remember where it was, but I saw a bunch of odds and ends and junk that shouldn't be anywhere near the bin, and it was right next to the bin. And I think one was like a small, maybe baby mattress of some sort. And I don't know if the recycling company, the new one you mentioned, is going to pick up that stuff. What do we do? But certainly that's not what the bins are for. And I think it's great. I love the bins. I think they've been great for the city, and good work to you and your department on that. But, so those two questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
Through
Odell?
the chair, so regarding the last question first, you are correct. There are a assortment of about 15 or so problematic bin areas where we've located them, and they seem to be more susceptible to people depositing household trash or other items that obviously can't fit in the bin, like you mentioned, a baby mattress or other larger items. We are looking to see if any of those locations could possibly benefit from, so the larger items we have to deal with on a regular basis, and we hope to, as soon as we're informed that there is an issue out there, we will be able to send our new contractor out to pick that up, so that we make sure it doesn't lend itself to additional dumping in that space. For household trash, which sometimes is often actually put in the actual container itself, but fills it up much more quickly than typical, it's a challenging issue because they're also those locations also are well used for the purposes of the bins in the first place. And so we don't want to remove the bins. We may be looking at augmenting and adding additional bins in that location if we can, shifting things around and adding them in a not too far location so that we maximize their effectiveness. But it is an ongoing issue that we have to continue to monitor to make sure that we minimize that as best we can. I do want to point out, as I mentioned at the beginning, out of about roughly 150, we had the problem ones represent roughly 10% of the total. So it's not 0%, which is what we're looking for, but it's not, overall, we've been pretty successful. Most of the bins have been used properly over the course of the last year. Relating to your first questions, which of course I'm blanking on as I have the microphone up.
We really recycling.
The recycling, yes, thank you for the reminder. So in that specific case, I can't speak to that specific case, but I can tell you that we are very cognizant of making sure that the trash and the recycling are kept separately. We do actually monitor the recycling to see how contaminated it is, and we have one of our staff members actually go to, in the past, to the Casella operations in Auburn to review that trash, recycling very specifically to make sure that in fact it is less contaminated than it, or more contaminated than it should be. So we monitor that regularly. It is a little bit more contaminated than just general household trash, but for the most part, it's actually been all recycling. So we've been encouraged that most people, especially around bus stops, ironically, which we think is because they have a little bit more time as they're waiting for the bus, and they responsibly put the recycling in the recycling and the trash in the trash. So again, it's an education effort that we need to continue to get out there and make sure people are aware that this is, put things in the appropriate bins as applicable. But I think that what you saw in particular, I'm hopeful is a one-off, but I haven't heard that from anywhere else.
Thank you.
Councilor Rivera?
Through the chair to Mr. Odell, when does Strong and Reliable contract start with the city?
Mr. Odell?
Through the chair, it started June 1st.
Oh, so it started.
Just started.
Perfect. And the other one's more of a suggestion. I saw the Woo bins, and I think that it'd be great raising money for the city opportunity if you guys use some of the advertising space in the Woo bins, and especially in major area. Just a thought. Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you. Yes, we plan to do that as well. As you know, we have about 50 of the bins have artwork on them, which has been well received, and we're very pleased with that outreach effort for artists, but that left 100 intentionally for that very option. So we hope to explore that with our new contractor over the next few months and then implement that as going forward.
All set? Councilor Ojeda?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I get you.
I do appreciate the work when it comes to the Woo bins and some of the stuff we've done with zero waste. I've seen a lot of changes in certain neighborhoods. One neighborhood in particular on on Pleasant Street. I attended the Pleasant Street Business Association meeting about 2 weeks ago, and they were asking for more Woo bins, so they're really involved in it. One was at the top of the hill on Pleasant, and it's found its way down somehow. But it's great because that shows that the people there, the residents there, really care about it and want to be involved in making those changes. So that's a location. I know the mayor was asking that. My only thing is through the chair to you, John Odell, I know we have a new company, is that fair to say? That will be overseeing it or maintaining them. Can you give us like a breakdown of, is it going to be the same days? Are there going to be any changes to some of the issues that we've had that you've noticed?
Mr. Ardell?
Yes, through the chair. So one of the issues we had with our prior contractor was just having, for a variety of reasons, there were some problems with maintaining a set schedule for pickup. We have been assured that our new vendor has the resources in place to maintain a more regular schedule. And in fact, where we have bins that we've noticed tend to fill up more quickly than once a week, which has been in the past practice. He's actually gonna go out for a second run to do those bins, which represents some 25% of the total. So we'll do a second pickup. The specific dates of that have not yet been finalized. As I understand, it'll probably be toward the back end of the week, but that may change as we go forward. But I think the attention to making sure that the bins are emptied on a consistent, regular basis is the priority. And both the city and our new contractor are very much aware that is what makes this program successful. And so that's a key piece of what we expect going forward.
Okay, thank you. And another question through the chair. Because the Woo bins are out and they're very visible, are we using those bins for more information, some signage? You know, what comes to mind is street sweeping, is maybe a QR code or whatever it may be, leaf pickup and things like that. Another way to inform our residents to be aware of when to keep the cars off the road.
Mr. Ardell?
Through the chair, so no, actually we haven't done that. We've used it, as I mentioned, there's been artwork that's been presented for 50 of the bins. We do have signage on that in terms of the bin itself, beyond obviously just the recycle on this side and trash on the other, but also giving some examples of what represents each so that we get good compliance with that. That's the primary goal for what space we have on those in terms of signage, as well as potentially there are some spaces for about 100 of these for advertising going forward. I'm not sure if we'll have any additional space to actually mark them to do any kind of additional signage to that, because the bins are designed to have signage only on one side, which is the side where the pedestrians are walking on and not on the rest of it. But I can look into that and see if that's an option. For sure.
Okay, thank you. Moving over to 8.6, it says launch weekly energy advocate office hours in March of 2025. Can you just let me know through the chair where, and if you can give me an update on if we've been seeing many residents take advantage of this?
Mr. Ardell?
Through the chair, so yes, so our smart energy advocate programs are Smart Energy Advice Program, rather, when it has launched, we've had a lot of success. We've had well over 1,000 residents who have gone through this program. That number looks like it's actually increasing since this report was finished. The pace has increased over the last few months, and so we anticipate that those numbers will be maybe even a little bit higher for next year. It's targeted primarily for folks who often are not able to take advantage of or haven't heard of the programs that are out there that the utilities offer to lower their utility bills, which is a big need, especially right now, as we all know that utility prices have exceeded the cost of living increases, which have been higher than average in and of themselves. So we know that there's a real need out there. So the programs have been very effective. It's targeted, like I said, to low and moderate income folks who have expressed that need. We've been out with and joined many existing neighborhood outreach services that already exist, and we basically attached ourselves to them to maximize the exposure of the program. And we continue to do that. We're looking forward to other opportunities to do that, whether it's at the library, which is something we've just started to do. We've done some very specific outreach, like I mentioned, in a lot of, both in the neighborhood groups, but also for churches and other groups that we think may have constituents that may benefit from the program. So we're pretty hopeful that this will continue to grow as a service, because we certainly recognize the need is significant.
Okay, thank you. And I know it says since the launch of the Smart Energy Advice Program in 2023, but above it, it had said the office hours since March of 2025, and you alluded to some of the same numbers. So I just want to make sure, I did read. It just, the dates threw me off. That's
You
all.
did, and yes, so that may have been, I think what we're talking about, the office hours are specifically a new piece that we've launched as of 2025,
Okay.
where folks would come to us as opposed to us going to them.
Okay.
That's the difference.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you.
3.9, supported DPW in planting 150 trees. I attended the Green Island resident meetings. I continue to attend them, and as we all know, Green Island is known as Hot Island. I just want to get an update on where we're at with the trees in that neighborhood.
Through the chair, so we are, that planting season for this spring has begun already. So our Parks Department, Parks, Recs, and Cemeteries are now in the process of planting those trees. In fact, they were planting some near my office yesterday, so I know they're out there right now doing that. I don't know specifically about the neighborhood that you reference, but I do know that that program, or the planting will run right up until probably the middle of June, where we dial it back, and then it'll pick up again in the fall, where we expect to do another 400 plus or so trees over the fall. That will expend the ARPA allocation that was dedicated for this work.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it, and I appreciate the work you and your team are doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Councilor, District 1 City Councilor Tony Economou.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair to Mr. Odell. How do you work to curtail the illegal dumping? There's areas in District 1, specifically Erie Ave, White Ave, that area there where there's constant illegal dumping. And how do we work to curtail that? I'm just curious what the vision is for that. It's not just a one-off, it's a constant.
Through the chair, so that is I can only speak to it more specifically from our sustainability department's role, but it's a multi-departmental collaborative role that's in place here that the city manager has put together, Keep Worcester Clean initiative, where we have team from both our department with our zero waste coordinator, but of course folks from the Quality of Life team, as well as Parks Department and DPW, all working together to make sure that these places are identified very quickly, that the materials are removed very quickly, and that we try to, if we can, use cameras or other equipment so that we can monitor those sites if there's continuous habitual dumping. It is a challenge to do that, candidly. You just can't just put a camera everywhere, and there's a limited number of resources for that. So it is challenging to first get the equipment in the right place, and then once it's there, to actually then catch someone to do it, because, you know, it's often in the evening and the lighting isn't good, and so there's lots of challenges to do that. That doesn't mean, of course, we're not trying to do just that, and we take it very seriously. I think it's important to recognize that it's not an easy fix.
No, I
and so we move
understand.
on.
Is there an opportunity for any type of camera surveillance in that area? I'll tell you, I've been here 5 months, and I would say probably 4 or 5 times already I've had to deal with that one specific area.
Through the chair, I can't answer that definitively right now, but let me look into see what resources we have available.
And I'd be remiss if I didn't advocate for a Woo bin in the vicinity of Lincoln, Boylston, Chino Ave area, where it's a constant problem with trash. I know there's one up the street on Lincoln Street, just a bit up towards Pasadena Parkway, but I think right around that corner there where the storefronts are would be an advantageous location. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilor at Large, Sacha Mitra.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Odell, thank you very much for coming. Appreciate what you do and important work. First of all, I'd like to go over the appropriation table that you have. I see some of the staff members were eliminated, some were added. Could you just kind of give me an idea of how do you justify that you took out some analysts and then added some administrators? What was the rationale that we don't need the analysts anymore?
Officer Odell.
Through the chair, what you see here are adjustments within positions. No staff
Chief
actually
Odell.
changed.
Chief Odell.
What we did is one staff person was retitled. The energy analyst was changed to a sustainability and GIS analyst. And then 2 staff people's pay grades were changed based on the citywide analysis we've been undertaking. So the administrative assistant, grade 6 at a pay grade of 33, moved up to an administrative assistant, grade 6 at a pay grade of 35 to match peers across the city. And then the project manager, pay grade 39, moved up to a project manager, pay grade 42P, again, to match similar work across the city. So you'll see at the bottom line, the position stayed the same. It was just adjustments based on kind of broader citywide analysis and needs within the department.
And can you, through the chair, to Chief of the Financial Officer, can you please explain me one more time the increase that we have this year in the budget, about $920,000?
Sure. So through the chair, this department had what's called a revolving fund, where revenues coming into the city are placed within this fund. This fund then can be used. The city council approves once a year the appropriation, the broad level appropriation from this fund, and then the department can use it to address certain costs within. And so if you're looking within the budget, you'll see on the bottom of, on each page, on 365, you can see in FY26, down toward the total recommended personal services, just above it is a funding source line item. You can see in FY26, $362,000 was covered by the carbon mitigation fund, revolving fund. That's zeroed out this year. In the next page, on 366, towards the bottom, again, under funding sources, you can see $1,779 of OM was covered by the carbon mitigation fund. That too is zeroed out in FY '27. And then on the last page, on Fringe, you can see 92,000 was covered by the carbon mitigation fund, revolving fund. That too is zeroed out. Since that fund is no longer available, instead of those revenues going into this revolving fund, they now go into the general fund, and therefore they have to be appropriated through the budget process, which is why they're now appropriated as general tax levy within this department. So it's not a major change in the revenues coming in or the funding sources, the purposes, it's just how it's categorized within the budget.
Thank you very much for explaining that. Appreciate it. Through the chair, to Mr. Odell, going back to what Councilor Economy asked about the illegal dumping, we have been, at least I have been getting an email from one of the residents named Richard Burke. I think he sent it to most of us several times about the illegal dumping of the dog waste into the sewer system. He has sent the videos, he has sent us photographs and everything over and over. Even I got one yesterday. I believe everyone got it. He also sent to the department heads. But what it takes for us to respond to him or take care of him, or are you getting that, or where do we stand? It's a kind of bothers me to see that so many times he has sent so many evidences, but it's not that he had his own camera and he sent the pictures and everything, but I don't know whether you received anything, or if something like this happens, what's the time course it takes to take some action and eradicate this kind of happening? It's certainly not legal to dump something in the sewer waste like that.
Through the chair to the counselor. So, certainly appreciate the concern you're saying, and I'm not trying to deflect this, but it's a little outside my purview in terms of the specific that you're talking about. I think that might be a better reference for our quality of life team and our DPW water sewer department in that particular case that you referenced. But I can circle back with them and get back to you.
Would you please? Because I think it's, I'm sure it is bothering many of us, but certainly to me, that this gentleman has been writing to us over and over, but no action seems like has been taken. So I appreciate something can be done. Okay.
Sure.
I understand we're all together in it, and we all like to solve the problem. We like to see that every resident is happy and safe, and kind of giving them, they're giving us the information. But I also like to see that we have a proactive role to find out what is happening in our city and fix those issues as well. Thank you very much for what you do. Appreciate it, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Bergman.
I didn't raise my hand, but
Oh.
I'm sure I can come
Mayor,
up with
Mayor
something.
Petty has you on
That's
the
okay.
list, Councilor.
That's okay.
I can take it off.
It's okay. I don't like to have my name erased, so
Okay.
I'll make it worth my while, and hopefully Mr. Odell still. I don't want to continue on the questions regarding trash because, as you said, I think it overlaps with code, and I think it overlaps with Public Works, but I do have a couple questions that touch upon that. One is, and following through with what both Councilor Economou and Councilor Mitra had asked, do we, if you know, through the chair, do we have trash bins in all our parks, basketball courts, other facilities that are recreational, particularly in the summertime?
Chief Odell.
Through the chair, I can only speak to our woo bins. Those are not located specifically in park areas. They're often adjacent to those. The Parks Rec and Cemetery Department has a separate collection of just trash bins that they put actually in a number of our parks and areas. So if you're referring to those specifically, I would recommend that I'm happy to follow up with our Commissioner Antonelli about the specific of that, but that's not under us.
Well, through the chair to Mr. Odell, who makes those decisions? I'm assuming it's you, but is it in coordination with anyone else, if it is you, as to where the woo bins go versus where other trash receptacles go? Because it seems like some places have a sufficient amount of both, and some places don't have sufficient amount of either.
Through the chair, thank you for the additional context. So the location of the bins was determined through a number of factors, partly from input from district councilors, but primarily through a crowdsourced study that was done. We did 2 of them actually to get solicit input from folks as to where they thought the bins would be most appropriate. We tied that in with data that we knew based on where bus stops locations were and where there was a high need based on those locations as well. And then we, of course, inevitably ran out of bins because we only had funds for 150 of them. So there were a few places that we would have liked to have put a bin based on that data, but were unable to do so because we just simply didn't have the resources for it. But we tried to target the places where we got the most responses. So that's how it was based. What we do intend to do, I think, to follow up on your question, and that Councilor Economo also referenced, is that as we move forward with our new vendor and we start getting more discrete data as to what bins are being underutilized, we will move those to places that have been suggested to see if we can maximize the their effect.
Through the chair of the commission, has a list been provided? And it may have, and I may have forgotten. Has a list been provided yet to the council where the Wu bins have been placed?
Through the chair to the councilor, that was provided, but I'm happy to provide it again.
It was provided?
Yeah, to the district councilor. So it may not, I believe it was attached to a memo as well for the council as a whole, but that was a couple, over a year and a half ago, so I'm happy to send it.
All right, so if we could maybe check with that clerk if it wasn't provided to all the councilors, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure.
I'd be curious to see that. And you mentioned crowdsourcing. Do you recall through the chair how many participants there were? You said there were 2 occasions where that was done.
Through the chair, I believe some 900 respondents the first and some 600 or 700 the second.
Okay. Just a comment. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a statistician. I don't know what to make of those numbers. I mean, it seems like a lot of responses, but at the same time, we're a city of 210,000+ people, and I know not everybody's going to respond. So hopefully they're where they should be, but sure, if the resources were there, we could add more if the resources were there. All right, well, considering I didn't have a list of questions ahead of time, I think I'm going to leave well enough alone. But thank you for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. District 1 City Councilor Robert Pallotta. 2. I can't read that far.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for coming. Appreciate the work that your department does, especially when we're talking about clean energy in the city. Keep following the Green Worcester plan there, the sustainability plan, and so glad to hear that we have a new contractor handling the Wu bins. I think they'll do a much better job than Casella. Just going through some of the goals and the objectives listed. With the Project Blue plan that was created, I was just curious what other, I think Shore Park or Clayson Beach just got a grant from the state. Or we got a grant this winter, I remember hearing. I don't remember the name of the grant, but I was just curious what other grants in the future can your department go for to better improve our waterways, and what are there type of annual grants that are out there? Just curious, like what's on your radar for grants moving forward, and I'm not sure if you're aware of the grant I'm talking about. I apologize, I forget the name of it. It was a state grant awarded to I think Parks, but it had to do with Clayson Beach.
Chief Odell.
Through the chair to the councilor. So I'm not familiar with that particular one. That might have been one that went through the Parks Department specifically. I do know, though, we are working hand in hand with the Parks Department on, particularly on our Blue Water watershed grant. That, once completed, once we have that watershed study done, that would allow us to actually apply for a variety of grants to improve the water quality for our water bodies throughout the city. It's designed such that it touches on those key points that many federal and state grant providers look for. So that's one of the big ones that we're looking forward to completing, hopefully at the end of this month, so that we'll be eligible to take advantage of those potential grant opportunities in the fall. And then the other big grant opportunity that we've applied for, but we're waiting to hear results back, is on the Municipal Vulnerability Planning Action Grant, MVP grant. Those grants have allowed us to install, for example, the 2 Miyawaki forests. They've allowed us to do some very in-depth stormwater modeling, which continues on currently, and we hope to finalize that with this last grant as we move forward. That, in turn, I think it'll have a significant impact long-term for the city as we deal with the impacts of climate change and heavier rainfalls, more intense rainfalls, to mitigate potential flooding and to target our investments where they're needed most. So we are very cognizant of taxpayer and water and sewer ratepayers' dollars.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'd love to see some investments made, on Fitzgerald Brook that goes into Lake Quinsigamon, and the main brook there that runs into Indian Lake. So I appreciate the team's work on that. And again, with working on the woo bins and zero waste, dumping is a real challenge throughout the city. It seems to be happening more recently where folks are just putting, pieces of furniture out. So I appreciate the work that's being done to help keep our city clean. Could you, the bags that are given out to different community groups that want to do cleanups, is that something that residents can acquire as well if they just wanted to go around the neighborhood and pick up some trash and put it out with their trash the next day or the next week? Or is that only reserved for groups? Because I was looking on the website, it said, if you have a group, contact the city, but curious how residents can get involved in that.
Through the chair to the councilor. So as you rightly said, groups have and done and participated in group cleanups, but individuals can as well. You can request through one of those many organizations that were listed on the website for essentially a green bag, which you put out with your yellow bag on the trash. If you're, there's a number of folks who actually take advantages where they go in their own neighborhood and clean up the street along their own neighborhood, and the bags are free, and so they put it out with their normal scheduled yellow bag pickup.
Okay.
So, but people can do that. You can contact us directly through our zero waste email or through our main telephone number here at our Sustainability and Resilience Department. But you can also, if you look at the website, there are a number of community organizations that have direct access to those green bags, and you can sign up directly there too.
Okay, thank you. And finally, just closing on trash bags, I think it would be great if we can have more opportunities for community partners to sell the yellow trash bags. For example, I know Burncoat Center for Arts and Crafts just reached out, seeing how they could potentially, be a vendor to sell the yellow trash bags. So I think it would be great to explore that further as well. But I really appreciate all the work that your department does, keeping our waterways clean. For District 2, it's incredibly important. We have Lake Quinsigamon and Indian Lake, and just appreciate your work on the waterways. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a couple of questions, Chief Odell. I just want to begin with comment on the woo bins. So as you know, I brought the items before council relative to big belly sorts of receptacles. The advantages of those as relates to the climate have to do with, a reduction in how many times those bins need to be emptied. There's a crushing element. There's also sensors that when the bin is full, it would notify DPW or wherever the case might be. And I know there's a cost associated with that. In addition to that, as one of the councilors previously mentioned, there was an ask that I had added to that order pertaining to advertising and the like. And so I certainly appreciate the artwork and what have you, but I'm just wondering what elements can we anticipate in terms of technology in terms of how this new contract will, the contract holder will be notified of when these receptacles need to be emptied, and how long is that contract? Because to be honest with you, I'd like to see perhaps a more targeted approach, even if that means a reduction in bins, because there's a whole host of attributes that the past bin did not have. So if you could answer those couple of questions, please.
Through the chair to the chair. So, as you rightly mentioned, we did look at the big bellies, and they do have some advantages in terms of both their ability to compact the trash such that you don't have to pick them up as frequently, empty them as frequently, and they do have sensors to let you know when the bin is available. They also, of course, there's a price tag to that, and so we decided after the cost-benefit analysis that they were significantly more expensive, and as a result, we would have far fewer bins than the 150 we have out there now. Candidly, we were hopeful that we were going to be able to work with our previous vendor to better understand what bins needed more attention and when. That didn't happen quite to the level we were looking for in terms of the day-to-day tracking. That is a requirement of our current contract, so we expect and hope that that will be solved going forward, especially over the warmer months when those bins are used the most. And so there may not be a technology directly that will be involved in this, but I think the people who are in the field doing the work are the ones who are can best inform us of the needs for either more frequent pickup and or moving the locations of the bins to maximize their effectiveness.
Thank you. And again, those sorts of receptacles also, reduce the amount of labor necessary for picking up. It also reduces overflow, and there's a data tracking component that's part of that. So, I think as the second largest city, a lot of the other cities that I've been in, Providence, Boston, Hartford, et cetera, New Haven, they've had those sorts of receptacles, and I appreciate your attention to it. That being said, when is that contract up? Is that a 5-year contract, a 3-year, a 1 year, 6 months? What?
Through the chair, it's a 1-year contract with the option to renew for two more individual years.
Okay, thank you. I didn't notice anything in here about the stretch code, specialized stretch code. Is that something that your department's involved in? My understanding is that there was an oversight element that occurred. So that's question number one. Question number two, with the specialized stretch code, were we able to, or eligible for, or qualify for any additional funding as a municipality?
Through the chair, so our department was involved with the specialized code. And the code, as you know, will remain in effect through next July. In terms of eligibility for additional funds, there is a possibility for that. Some of those funds, I don't know the specific names of the grant opportunities that come with that, but I do know that there are state funds that can help support the implementation of the specialized code.
Thank you. And are you involved, Chief Odell, in any of the training that's done for builders relative to the stretch code? Is that a component within your department? And also, is there an identified individual that does any sort of oversight or involvement with the specialized stretch code? And if you can also explain what role your department has with that code.
Through the chair, so to answer your first question, no, the department does not directly have a specialized code expert that would let builders or developers know about that. That is actually a state-run program The state has, in the past, and will continue, as far as I know, to do the outreach and the education pieces that come with that. Candidly, on a personal note, I think they could have done a better job than they did with the outreach of the specialized code. We're hopeful to augment that over the next year, recognizing there's a real need with developers, working with the Inspectional Services Department and the commissioner there to help make sure people are aware, developers in particular, and other interested parties are aware of what the requirements are of that code and how to mitigate any additional costs that might be incurred as a result.
Mr. Clerk, I would like to make a motion that we get a report back on any enhancement or augmentation of training for builders relative to the specialized stretch code being done from this department. Thank you for that. As it relates to new construction, we're looking to build Burncoat Middle, Burncoat High School. There's some engineering going on, et cetera. Does your office have any involvement related to specialized stretch code elements of that?
Through the chair, if I understand your question correctly, is our department involved in any way with making sure that the building is as efficient as possible, whether through the specialized code specifically or otherwise? The specialized code applies for everybody at the time of the pulling of the permit. So if and when that permit is pulled and the specialized code or whatever the code at that time is in effect, what would be applied. That really wouldn't fall under our department directly. But I have been working with our folks at the facilities department to make sure, obviously this is all very preliminary as we talk about the engineering now, but have in the past with Doherty, as the most recent example, we were involved with that to make sure that we maximize the efficiency of the building while obviously trying to keep any upfront costs to a minimum. I think we actually established a very good, not only good relationship, but in terms of how we work that, but I think the balance for the Doherty High School ended up working very well. It's actually, once the solar array gets finally interconnected with National Grid, long story, that hasn't been done, but once that happens, it will actually become a net zero building, our first truly net zero building in the city owns. So I expect the same would happen with future construction, future school buildings as well.
Thank you. And you reference in this one of the goals here, objectives on page 560, is affordability, reducing homelessness, affordable neighborhoods. And it references reducing utility costs for residents. If you could speak to if there was a fiscal impact of that work. So you had the Smart Energy Advice Program, mailing 33,000 households, a couple of hundred inquiries. What was the budgetary allotment or cost of that?
Through the chair, so that was entirely funded through grant dollars. I'm happy to report. So the utilities offered grant funds for not only the outreach materials that you referenced, but the actual advisor that we have who's on board, who works in and of our office, but she is completely grant funded through this program. I think the total was somewhere around about $85,000 per year. Maybe a little off on that, but it's somewhere in that ballpark.
Thank you. And it looks here like you have 10 positions in this department. Are you at full capacity?
Through the chair, we are expecting we have one opening that we expect to fill as of next week.
Okay. Thank you. My colleague asked my questions. I had most of the questions about the blue spaces that are extremely important in the work that you do. And I look forward to some of the reports continuing to come as it relates to that. If you could just briefly speak to your efforts to work with our diversity, equity, inclusion officer in sort of impacting your department as the leader in that department.
Through the chair, so yes, as fortunately for us, they actually share, their department is located in the same building, right across the hallway from us, so we actually interact with that department on a regular basis, both on a professional and even occasionally on a personal level. But we work, it's very important the work that we do, we are very cognizant of the equity impact of what we do. It's actually one of the 3 lenses that we do all our work for implementing the Green Worcester Plan. And so to that, we often work with folks in that department, including the chief of that department, in terms of how we can maximize our outreach efforts and be more effective in that way. Of course, we work with them along with HR department in terms of our new hiring practices too, so that we make sure that we include every candidate that we can, particularly if folks from different backgrounds, so that we get that kind of input into our department as directly as we can. So we consider that highly important work to make sure that we're maximizing our efforts to serve the entire community.
Thank you. As relates to the tree canopy, or lack thereof in certain sections of our city that are closely associated with redlining back in the day, if you could speak to, how you manage that, how many of your staff are engaged in that. It's a very small department, and I'm interested to hear how it's impacting the work.
Through the chair, the primary effort that from our department is twofold. It was one, to first identify where the heat island effect occurs, where we see the most problematic areas, so that we can see where our tree canopy actually is and isn't. And then to that, then work with the Parks Department, which oversees the planting of the actual trees, to increase that canopy, and to allocate some funding from ARPA funding in particular of late, to fill in those gaps as best we can. It is challenging because not only are there are the locations that we'd like to put these trees in has a lot of often other infrastructure there, which makes it hard to actually put trees in the locations we ideally would like. And of course, we also have roads and others, things that are being in the process of being reviewed, and we're not going to put a tree in that would immediately be coming out, only a few years later due to anticipated construction work. So based on those limitations, that's where we've been able to work with our Parks Department to put together a map that shows us where we're putting these trees and where we plan to put these trees. We do that map every few months before the planting season. So the Parks Department has put together one currently for the spring planting, and another will be put together over the summer for the fall planting, so we can target the best locations given our needs and our available funding.
Last question, Cool Pockets. If you could just explain to the public what that is, and also how we're employing those areas. I'm assuming those will be in the areas of most need. We know that when we talk about heat islands, the disparate impact on health of folks who live in those locations. Could you just explain what heat pockets are? Are we increasing the locations? We know we have an unsheltered population here that continues to rise, and we have folks that are out and about. So if you could share that, that's my last question.
Through the chair. So a cool pocket, in brief, is can be trees, or it could be other mechanical structures, but anything that can provide both shade and/or cooling, whether it could even be a water feature, that would be designed for a specific location. So, for example, a cool pocket, you could use an example of a park or a playground where we've intentionally put some trees designed such that not only the kids in the playground have access to shade to keep cool, but the parents and guardians of those kids also have a place where they can be adjacent to them and also keep cool. We've done some design work for one currently, and we're looking to see how much the funding that would be needed to implement that, which wouldn't be available, we wouldn't be talking about construction of that until, at the minimum, until the following fiscal year, depending on financial considerations. But that's what a cool pocket is. And if we can get one in it's successful, we'll pilot it, if you will, and then based on that, its success, we can see if we can replicate it in other areas of the city. But this will be our first one. Would be the next one would be the first one, and we haven't finalized even that yet. But that's the concept.
And is there a pool of funding available to implement these cool pockets to the manager or to Chief Odell?
Through the chair, I don't want to speak for the manager, but currently there isn't a fund right now. But we will see down the road if that changes at all. There may be grants available that we can pursue to do that.
Mr. Manager, do you have anything to add to that?
Through the chair, no.
Okay. Counselor at Large Kathleen Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recall having a conversation about misting stations as possibilities in the extreme heat in the summer. Have we considered working on that at all?
Through the chair to the counselor, we haven't in our department. I'd have to refer you to the Department of Health and Human Resources to see if they were looking at something on that, but I can check and see and get back to you.
I think that would be helpful. And also, the other thing that might be helpful, because it's so easy to do, there's not an awful lot of infrastructure you have to have, et cetera. There might be businesses that might have the ability to put mister on their awning if they're in one of those heat zones, and we might be able to work on some sort of incentive for them to do that, whatever. Just any creative ideas like that would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay. I think we only have one motion on the floor. Is that right, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Chairman, I think Councilor Bergman had another motion as well.
Okay, so we have two motions on the floor. I'll make a third that we get a report back on costs associated with cool pockets and misting locations for the city and potential grant resources. So we'd like to first just approve the motions. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Bellata?
Yes.
Councilor Economou?
Yes.
Councilor Rizzolo?
Yes.
Councilor Mitra?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rosen?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty left the chamber, and Vice Chair Councilor King.
Yes. Thank you, Chief Sustainability Officer for the City of Worcester, John Odell. Our motion will be to discharge this item. Motion will be to discharge this item and departmental budget from the Finance Committee to bring it before a full convening of the City Council for immediate consideration. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Bellata?
Yes.
Councilor Economou?
Yes.
Councilor Rizzolo?
Yes.
Councilor Mitra?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rosen?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Vice Chair Councilor King.
Yes. We got 30 minutes left. Let's begin the city manager's office for folks who are here in the gallery. At 6:30, we'll take public comment for city council matters, and then we'll recess to or go to our executive session and the recess. So we're going to begin with the office of the city manager. That's on page, for anyone who's following along online, that's page 329. It begins on. Does anyone have anything for the city manager? Sacha Mitra, Counselor at Large.
Through the chair.
Oh, hold on, before we begin, if Tim, if our Chief Financial Officer, Tim McGurthy, can give a brief rundown of this departmental budget.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair. The city manager's office is composed of 3 various divisions. That includes the office itself, contingency, and cable services. For the office, it's about a 2% increase, really reflective of cost of living changes. There's a small reduction in consultancies. For contingency, it's a large decrease compared to prior years, although contingency stands alone each year. It's about 3.2 million, 3.3 million, which primarily represents COLA related to future union settlements anticipated during FY27. And then cable services is about a $1.4 million recommended appropriation. It's a small change year over year, and it includes the reduction of 1 full-time position due to attrition.
Thank you. Counselor Sacha Mitra.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to respected city manager, thank you for what you do for the city. No, it's not an easy job, but seeing you really going through all the things that the city needs to be doing, we appreciate what you do. I have been in this council, this is entering into the 6th month, and I think I have gone to so many ribbon cutting, so many groundbreaking, so many events in just last few months that it fills my heart seeing that the city is really vibrating into bringing in businesses and trying to do our best to economically grow our city to a different level. I love your mission. What you say is to deliver exceptional public service and municipal operations. I love your vision. It says to be the best managed city in the country and create a thriving community where opportunity is available to everyone, regardless of their background or situation in life. Really great theme, great vision. While the big things are really exciting in our city, those are happening. This morning we were all at the main south area and seeing that the business is opening there. I was thrilled to see the crowd, see the community participation and making that happen there. It was very exciting. At the same time, I go to many others. But what I would like to inform you that the small things, I think it needs to be probably looked at how we can improve upon. Something, I go and attend many neighborhood meetings. I purposely go so I can learn things because I'm new. I wanted to see what their issues, questions are. And the buzz that I get is that, why does it take so long to get something done? Why isn't something getting done? I'm here really to get something done. Together with you, I want to get something done. And I think I've been told that, well, our process is such, anytime there is an order or anytime there is a petition, it goes to respective or the standing committee. Standing committee looks at it, and then it comes back to the council. The council votes for it, and if it's voted in, then it goes to the respective department who is to take care of that issue, and then they place it in the list that we already have waiting, and then based on the budget, based on the priority, based on the emergency or the need, I think those things are handled. And in the process, it just takes time. I understand that. But sometimes some simple things, I find that it's taking a lot more than what one would expect. Now, maybe it is our process that pushes us to that limit, but residents don't know that. Residents don't know that this is happening because of the process, because what I hear is why it's taking so long. And I have mentioned to you in the past also, maybe we should have in the YouTube, in our website, explaining how DPW works, explaining how DTM works, to kind of have them some knowledge of how our operation is. But if the operation, the way we have it, is taking longer time than reasonably expected, then we need to review our process. Then we need to see that what can we do, all of us together. I'm talking about all the councilors, that I think I'm not the only one who probably sees it. I'm sure many others see it also. Many things that people have been saying that it's taking too long. When I came in, I think in the month of January, I had requested that it's important for us to be transparent. It's important for us to see that residents are aware of everything that we are doing. And I think you have that theme as well in your objectives and missions, that you want to give every resident, every worker a transparent situation, a fully awareness out there. I had said that you have so many orders that you receive. Sometimes I find it's too many orders for you probably to handle, and how do you do it? And I requested that maybe in the website we can put all the orders that you have received and kind of let people know where they stand one by one. If they want to see it, they can go and see, okay, this was the order that I had given to Councilor Mitra, he put it in, and that is now standing at this place. I mean, I think you probably take a look at it. I don't see it yet. But things like that, like for my own situations, I have given orders to fix the fire hydrants. There are some stop signs that need to be taken out. It's been more than 5 months. I cannot explain them that we have a process that takes some time, and they are not aware of it. So my request to you is that maybe we can have a body, sit down, think of how we can really expedite our processing so that, this kind of complaints are not given to us. I mean, we see every time people come in every Tuesday evening and say, we don't know what is happening. We try to be as transparent as possible, but still the buzzword is we don't know what is happening. We are not aware of it. I think we need to take a look at it, and it kind of, sometimes I'm only here for 5-6 months so far, and I want to see that we get something done. We move things forward within a reasonable time, and people are seeing our transparency, what we mean, that they can go and see things. Personally, I think that it needs to be worked on. I mean, while big things are happening, we're bringing in businesses, but if the businesses are unable to find roads are safe, potholes are still taking so long to get done, I think that's where we want to probably, keep our mindset, our focus, so that it just doesn't go the easy way. I think we need to be stronger, we need to be more focused, we need to get the job done. I mean, I had requested the commissioner of the DPW that I really want to have an inventory of how many potholes we have and how much it costs, so we can really once for all take care of all the potholes. I know they're working hard, I see them out there, but still when I drive, I still feel roads are not so smooth, roads, the way the patching is going on, honestly speaking, it doesn't look so neat. It's our city. I feel like an ownership in here, and I think we all own this city. We all want to see it's a beautiful city. We beautify it by what we do, not just get the job done, and it doesn't look so good. But the pothole is probably fixed, but it's not looking so good. So those are some of my comments that I like to bring up to you, and I'm willing to sit with you, because I have always thought that every one of us in this council are here to help you, are to give you what we can do best to make your dream come true, what vision that you have to be the best managed city in the country. I like that. I really like that. I like to see that that really happens. So those are some of the things that I wanted to bring up to you, that big things are happening, very exciting, ribbon cutting, groundbreaking, businesses are coming in, but are we making the city really comfortable for those who are coming in here? I want them to stay here. I want them to feel that, this city is the city where I like to not only do business, but also grow my family, give them education, good schools, good colleges, keep our students here so that they don't go away from here and start doing their business here. We like to go to them and inspire them. I think that's our job, to see that they graduate from here, they invest here. And what they need is what we should provide them. So I wanted to bring this to you, this section, so you and I can sit down and talk, and I think many of us can sit down and probably take this as an item that I would like to see that within a reasonable time, our action items are taken care of, and transparency and awareness is being implemented. Thank you so much. I appreciate for listening to me.
Thank you. Manager Batista, if you'd like to respond.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair to the council. Council, I appreciate your words and your thoughts, and I do want to just state that I share the same thoughts you share. As city manager, I want to get things done too. I don't want to sit here and feel like I'm not fulfilling the needs of our residents of our city. I'm also a resident. I've lived and grown up in this city almost my entire life. I want to get things done, and I want to do them in a way that's professional and that's courteous, but also at the same time, there's constraints, there's processes, there's challenges, there's budgetary challenges, and there's things that we as a city, as a municipality, pride ourselves in making sure that we improve process. In my 3 years as city manager, I feel like that's what we've been doing as a municipality, is trying to find ways that how do we strengthen our operations, our day-to-day, looking at historical processes that perhaps have been around for 20, 30 years, updating technology that allows us to be more nimble and provide better data and have better data. We want to make sure that we're transparent in everything that we do. We're required by state law, under the public records law, to provide any information and things that we operate as a city. And so we do that in a way. However, there are a number of expectations that we have to manage, right? The expectations of residents, the expectations of our business owner, the expectations of a visitor, the expectations of counselors, expectations of staff. There's things that has to be managed on a day-to-day basis. And all those things sometimes are competing with one another. And my job is to make sure I balance that, find what is the best solution that I can be able to implement, and how do I work with my departments to improve those processes. Over the past 6 months or 5 months as that the new council has joined the council floor, there's been a lot of conversation about potholes and infrastructure, sidewalks, streets, et cetera. The first thing I did in this budget was double that budget. That's taking action. That's getting things done, right? For you to, for the council or others to expect that I'm going to resolve every single street and have a beautiful blacktop street in a matter of months, that's just impossible. It's impossible for anybody to get done. But what I do commit, and I think what I'm committed to, is making sure that I put the financing in place, understanding the limitations that we have in our budget, but also being able to be strategic in putting the money where it needs to be, in our roads, in our infrastructure, for our residents. But it's gonna take time, because historically we have taken an approach that hasn't worked for our city in terms of our road network. And so we're gonna do that, and the hope and the commitment from our team and the Department of Public Works and DTM and others is make sure that we deliver on that over the next years to come. There's also, I think, just antiquated system and processes in which streets are selected, in which streets are chosen, in which streets are done, that, again, I'm happy to review those things, but it's gonna take a collective effort between counselors and myself to be willing to do things differently so that we can be proactive in the way we resurface our streets. But again, I am extremely committed to this work. I'm extremely committed to making sure we're the best managed city. But to do that, it takes time. It takes time to create a culture of departments. We have over 2,000 employees in the city that we have to work through, making sure that they believe in this work as well, making sure that they feel supported, making sure they have the tools and the equipment and the things that are necessary to be able to deliver. But at the end of the day, it's balancing those expectations and balancing those interests, because every single one requires a monetary or some kind of action. And although oftentimes those things impede or impact something else that's happening. And my job is to make sure I balance that and provide a balanced answer or balanced approach to the job. But at the end of the day, I don't want to be a city manager that doesn't get things done. I want to get things done. And there's many councils on this floor on a day-to-day basis, whether it's Saturday, Sunday, holiday, nighttime, early morning, you name it, vacation. I can be on vacation and I'm getting calls and text messages and I'm answering them and I'm working through to make sure that we're responding to the needs of our residents. That's my job. Whether it's a vacation or not, it's not a vacation. It's my job. It's my duty to make sure that I fulfill all those things. However, though, it's also important that collectively, as counselors and myself, we're collectively working and communicating to the residents the expectations and the processes and those challenges. That oftentimes it's just the nature of the business. We want to make sure we are responsive to our residents, and when we're not, that's something that I take it very personally, and I work with my department to make sure that we're communicating and we're responding as quickly as possible. But oftentimes these issues, you mentioned the fire hydrants. That's significant work that will require the Department of Water to be able to assess and be able to put some dollars behind it to fix those infrastructures. Now, we have thousands of fire hydrants in the city. Yes, maybe 10 or 20 are not working right now, but that doesn't mean that they won't be working for the entire year. It just means that right now they might not be working. There's maybe some work orders that are gonna be part of the process to address them. But as you address 10, there could be 5 more that might need some more work. And as you address those 5, there's probably 2 more that need some work. So again, it's ongoing work. We're committed to that. Our employees are committed to that. And I'm committed to make sure that this council feels supported and listening to our residents. My staff attend residents and neighborhood meetings. I attend neighborhood meetings. And I do the best that I can to make sure that I listen and respond as best as possible. Understanding and knowing that sometimes these things, it's just the nature that it takes time. And sometimes it takes multiple partnerships with state officials, federal officials, to be able to get things done that may not happen as quickly. There's still work. There is still work that I'm still working on that happened or that was decided on 2 to 3 years ago by previous city councils, previous administration. However, we're still working through that right now to get it done. And so again, it's multiple, sometimes it takes multiple years, multiple funding cycles to be able to get it through, but that doesn't mean that we're not listening. It doesn't mean that we're not willing to get things done. It just means that oftentimes some of these things take time, and it takes time for us to continuously improve, and that's the mindset that I want for our entire city administration, is continuous improvement on the day-to-day, because again, we owe it to our residents. We also, and I'll leave it with this, we also are in a society that we demand a response yesterday, even though I submitted a request today. We demand a response yesterday because we live in a social media and an environment that we want speed. And speed is how we assess the outcomes of the day-to-day operations of municipal government. And that's difficult because sometimes someone is reporting something on social media, I don't even know, or the department doesn't even know if it was even a thing. And so we're being blamed for something that we don't even know because someone saw it on social media, took a video and posted it. Again, it's the nature that we live in, and that's something that we as a community or as a city administration have to react to and then work to figure out what is the issues, how do we resolve it, and how do we make sure that doesn't happen again and again. And that's part of collective effort that happens between myself, the administration, but also in working with the council to address those things. I am committed to that, and I'm committed to make sure that I do what I can to provide the exceptional services that these residents and our business owners in our community deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, City Manager Batista. Councilor Micho, would you like to respond?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. Mr. Chairman, Manager, thank you so much for giving me the assurance that I also believe in working collectively. And that's what I said, that I want to work with you. And because this is our city. I mean, we all own it. And my point was that what I felt, I thought I must express that. And I know that you go to vacation, you answer phone calls, but I'm talking about things, I know your dedication, but what I'm saying is, in the management, can we look into to do something together that we can manage a little better? I have no doubt about your dedication and, towards the residents, towards the city. You are one of the best, and I absolutely believe even if you're going on vacation, you answer the phone calls if I call you. I have no doubt about that. But I think what I'm saying is there anything we can do in the management part of it that could make things be a little bit expedited properly, safer city, so many things that can be probably talked about, police presence and, the good school and the road systems and all those. So I just wanted to bring it up to you because I felt it, and I'm with you. I want to work together with you and with other councilors as well. But thank you for your explanation and your comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Mitra. For the public that's watching, we're going to recess from Finance Committee, and then we're going to begin our City Council meeting. We're going to do public participation, and then we're going to recess and also recess to executive session. So do we need a roll call to recess? And we're going to come back to Councilor Rivera, followed by Councilor Economo when we come back, because we're approaching the 6:30 hour.
Mr. Chairman, we're recessing Finance. Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Bellotta?
Yes.
Councilor Economo?
Yes.
Councilor Rizzolo?
Yes.
Councilor Mitra?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda? Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rosen?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Vice Chair Councilor King.
Yes. All right. Minutes while they switch over technology and what have you, then we'll get started. Is everybody in the room? Here we go. We're gonna start up. Yeah. I'm gonna give you 4 seconds. Calling to order this evening's meeting of the City Council of Worcester. My name is Christian King, I'm the Vice Chairman of the Council. Can we all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and the National Anthem?
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Once again, welcome to the Worcester City Council. Mr. Clerk, roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Councilor Bergman?
Here.
Councilor Bellotta?
Here.
Councilor Economou?
Here.
Councilor Rizzolo?
Here.
Councilor Mitra?
Here.
Councilor Ojeda?
Here.
Councilor Rivera?
Here.
Councilor Rosen?
Here.
Councilor Toomey?
Here.
Mayor Petty is not present at this moment, and Council Vice Chair, Councilor King.
Yes. For folks who are tuning in, I'm the Vice Chairman of the committee. Mr. Mayor Joseph Petty will resume the chair upon his return. Per the charter, the Vice Chair assumes the duties of the mayor in his absence. As a reminder, if in the future you need to request accommodations or interpretation, you can submit those requests in advance of this meeting by contacting the city clerk's office by email at clerk@worcesterma.gov. And please, we ask that those interpretations requests be received 48 hours prior, if possible. I'm going to ask the city clerk to read the virtual attendee call information, and then we'll begin with public comment. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So anybody who wishes to participate remotely, they can do so by accessing the Zoom link on the agenda or calling the phone number listed on the agenda as well. The phone number is 646-828-7666, and the Zoom access code is 161-363-1913.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We're going to first go to approval of the minutes, item 3A, in order that the City Council of the City of Worcester hereby approves the minutes of the City Council meeting of May 5, 2026. Roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Bellotta?
Yes.
Councilor Economou?
Yes.
Councilor Rizzolo?
Yes.
Councilor Mitra? Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rosen?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Vice Chair Councilor King.
Yes. Public participation will begin. When you approach the mic, we ask that you state your name and city of residence. And Mr. Clerk, if you can speak to the time allotment for folks that approach the mic, as well as the time allotment for folks who are petitioners.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Rule 39, items of public interest. At every meeting of the City Council, under public participation portion of the agenda, the chair shall recognize any person seeking such recognition for the purpose of addressing the council on any eligible item on the agenda for the meeting, both in person and remotely. Any person who wishes to speak on more than one agenda item shall combine their testimony for all items to one appearance at the microphone. The time for speaking should not exceed 2 minutes or 30 minutes for all speakers. And Rule 40, petitions. On the first occasion a petition appears before the City Council agenda, the primary petitioner may address the City Council for no more than 3 minutes on the subject of their petition.
So if you're speaking, 2 minutes. If you're a petitioner, 3 minutes, essentially. Welcome to the City Council. Please state your name and city of residence, and please reference the item you're speaking upon.
Yes, Fred Nathan Worcester. I'm going to start off with number 7A, the hospital guard. When someone gets arrested and they end up having to go to the hospital, that requires a cop who's already patrolling the city to go to the hospital to guard the prisoner. And if it happens multiple times in over one shift, that is less cops that are on the city, that are out there, that are able to patrol and make sure we stay safe. So that is definitely a serious item. My item 21F regarding the wrong page. Regarding the item I put forth, that when the city gets a grant, that there is absolutely no backup information. No one really knows other than what it says in here. And I think the bigger question is, it might say one thing, but does that money then in turn actually go into the general budget? Which is a thing that people need to know. And then there's one more here on page 28. What the heck? I'm sorry. I know I had something here. Oh, there we go. As far as the item about the DCU, the state legislators have to come there and have to take a tour, because there definitely are some problems in there. I know some people who were there at the convention, and they tell me it's not really handicap facilities, you know, the way it should be in a public building. So they need to correct that, and that will take money.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Please state your name and city of residence and the item you're speaking upon.
Yes, Idella Hazard, the city of Worcester. There's some question about naming the ballpark or recreation area behind Great Brook Valley. There was a plaque placed there for Iris Ann Ward in 1957. That plaque has been picked up and moved a couple of times to Prospect Street and to Plumley Village. And it needs to be placed right back where it was placed in its permanent place. It was placed there to honor her by the program This Is Your Life. They paid for the plaque, and they paid for a playground for the children in Great Brook Valley, because there was not one. And it needs to be placed right back there. Otherwise, it's going to get lost, just like the Colored People's War Memorial, the original one. And this cannot happen to her. It cannot happen to our people. We cannot repeat this. I know at 7 years old, I was on This Is Your Life with her. And I played in that playground. And that plaque needs to be returned to its original place. Thank you.
Thank you. For the public, that's item 20A and item 10Q. Please state your name and city of residence.
Hi, my name's Gary Hunter,
What item are you speaking on?
District 5. First thing I'd like to speak on is 10U. It's about increasing the payment in lieu, that would go to the affordable housing estate. I'm sorry, I'm just get my breath together. I'm in favor of the Mr. Bellotta's to increase it to 5%, give more money for the affordable housing. 10I, that's about rent caps. I think we need to really look at that because I know there's a position on the ballot coming and some people here don't favor that, but we need some kind of rent control. I would like to talk about, like, there's so many things on the agenda about police enforcement, calming incidents, and there's one about making sure we have 500 police people that are hired for the police department. I'm all in favor for the police department, but we have an opportunity here. Most people, when they hear defund the police, it's ridiculous. It doesn't mean you're going to take all the money away from the police. If you don't have enough police officers now, you have an opportunity to reform the police, get some mental health workers there, and also refine what they're doing. You see how many times in this report, calming for traffic. Now, I know that I see a lot of police on the road. They're doing their jobs, but nobody's doing enforcement of speeds. You lowered the speed limit to 25, but there's nobody there to enforce that. People are driving crazy in the streets. We need enforcement. And in that 500 police, you could possibly get some just enforcement people to come in along with some mental health, and I think the city would be better off. Please consider that.
Thank you. Let me stop this thing. He gets 3 minutes. Thank you. Please state your name, city of residence. I know you're a petitioner. You get 3 minutes.
Good evening, councilors and Manager Batista. My name is Gordon Ward. I live at 20 Dolly Drive in Worcester. I'm here to speak about the agenda item 10Q. Where did it go?
And 20A is the petition.
And 20A is the petition. Wow, I just lost it. It's 20A. I am here to speak about RECN Ward. This item is important to me because RECN Ward is my great-grandmother. She was, in fact, born a slave in 1862 in Bear Creek, North Carolina. She moved to Worcester in 1898, and she lived here until her death at 97 years old in 1959. She was truly a remarkable lady who lived a remarkable life and an important part of our shared history in the city of Worcester. I strongly urge this council to refer the naming of the park to the Parks and Recreation Commission for further research and discussion in a way that we as a community have a full discussion and unpack this history. We would also be following the process as outlined in the Commissioner's Parks Facilities Naming Procedure. I want to thank Councilor King for his support in bringing up this agenda, and I want to thank you, the City Council, for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name and city of residence and the item you're speaking upon.
Yeah, Greg Migradichin, 18 Cheyenne Road, D1, 26I. This is pertaining to the city's, not request, I don't know what word to use, putting speed bumps up all over the city to try to control traffic flow. I'm opposed to that, and the reason why I'm opposed to it, as a taxpayer, I don't feel it's appropriate for other people on other streets to say, we don't want you going down our street, or we want to control the speed on our street, so we're gonna put speed bumps up. I thought in this country, we're all innocent till proven guilty. I don't know why we're all guilty of speeding. And I think it's wrong that they're doing that. I've spoken to many firefighters and policemen, and they think it's just a big problem, just in an emergency situation, not to mention ambulances and snowplow drivers. I'm a snowplow contractor. I do commercial properties, and there are speed bumps on some of these properties, and let me tell you something, they're nothing but a nuisance to plow. And where do we stop with this? You've made it too easy for residents to just petition to get a speed bump put in. When I looked it up to see the policy for putting speed bumps up, the state said you have to do a study to see if there's any accidents or fatalities, or you just can't put a speed bump up to control speed. I think it's ridiculous, and I think the city really needs to take a look at it. And people are gonna speed, but we're not all speeders. And if people are using some of these streets for shortcuts and all that, they're public streets. We all pay for them, and we should all use them. And a resident should not have that power or authority to have a speed bump put on their street. Where do we stop? We put them on 290 to slow down traffic? Do we put them on 122, Route 9, Route 12 to slow down traffic?
Thank you. Can we have the next person up? Please state your name and city of residence and the item you're speaking upon.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Joe Johnson. I'm from Worcester, and I'm here in support of Councilor Bellotta's order regarding the Tree of Heaven management in Worcester Parkland, including Dodge Park. I want to begin by emphasizing something important. I'm not here to assign blame. My understanding is that the Tree of Heaven trees cut at Dodge Park were removed as part of a well-intentioned park improvement or cleanup effort. The people involved were trying to help the park. That matters, and I do not want this issue to be framed as a personal criticism of staff, volunteers, city partners, or anyone who took part in that work. The concern is that the Tree of Heaven is not an ordinary tree removal problem. It's an invasive species and the preferred host tree for the spotted lanternfly. When the Tree of Heaven is simply cut before the root system is properly treated, it can respond by producing stump sprouts and root suckers. In practical terms, the cutting without a follow-up plan can sometimes turn a small problem into a much larger one. That is why I support this order. I think the real issue is not a single event at Dodge Park, but the broader need for Worcester to have a clear written guidance on invasive plant management on public land. Without adopting best management practices, even good faith work can accidentally worsen an invasive plant problem. So I respectfully ask that the administration provide written update on what happened, what follow-up treatment and monitoring is planned, who is responsible for the follow-up, and how the city will prevent Tree of Heaven from spreading into nearby parkland, trail edges, stormwater areas, and watershed corridors. Again, I want to be clear, this is a teaching moment, not a blame moment.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Please state your name, city of residence, and the item you're speaking upon.
Good evening. My name is Fred Taylor, President of Worcester Branch of the NAACP. Today I speak in support of item 10Q, requesting that the city clerk conduct research into historical commitments made by the city of Worcester, the city council concerning naming of parks and streets after Aries Ann Ward. Miss Ward was born into slavery, as said earlier, in North Carolina in 1862, and later made her way to Worcester, where she lived until her passing of 97 years old. She's an important part of this city's history. Miss Ward's legacy lives through the generations of family members that are here today. They seek to preserve her name and honor her story, as well as to better understand commitments that were previously made in recognition of her life's contributions. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Please state your name, city of residence, and the item you're speaking
Sure.
upon.
Good evening, City Council. I'm here also on 10Q, and I would like to have research and also have the plaque returned that Miss Ward was, the park was dedicated to her. I do live in Worcester, Massachusetts, and I also grew up in Great Brook Valley in my teen years. And so I think that that's very important that you hear from the community and realize that there are stories out there. You may not know them all, but it's our job to inform you as citizens. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the gallery? Please state your name, city of residence, and the item you're speaking upon.
Hello, everyone. My name is Joelle Ward. I live in Auburn, Massachusetts at 26 Meadowbrook Road. I am here today to speak to the committee about the agenda item 10Q, as you've heard about the legacy of R.E. San Ward. I am one of her many descendants, and here today to impress upon you the importance of maintaining her legacy in the name of this park as R.E. San Ward. She was a matriarch of our community and survived much adversity, being born an enslaved person, migrating up north and settling in Worcester, Massachusetts. Her descendants continue to serve this community through many roles such as firefighters, police officers, teachers, nurses, and through many other roles that are critical to our community. I urge you today to, sorry, lost my place for a minute there, to continue to research the history of this subject, as it is very important to the greater Worcester, but also to the Black community and to her descendants. I urge you to bring this matter to the Parks and Recreation Committee to continue the process with their policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the gallery who would like to speak on any items? Please come to the podium, state your name, city of residence, and the items that you'd like to speak upon.
Christopher Crawley, City of Worcester resident. I'm here on 10Q 28 items. I'm in support of Gordon Ward and not changing the name to Roberto Clemente and keeping it as Aries Ann Ward Park Playground.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the gallery that would like to speak on any item? Please approach the podium. Please state your name, your city of residence, and the item you'd like to speak upon.
Wilson, Worcester, Massachusetts, 21 Charlie. What about the potholes, though? This is Captain Mike. We have a left engine out. This is Captain Oxlong. We're going down. Oxlong, put the landing gear down. Romeo, we have to go down. We're steady. We're landing. Watch out for the pothole. Council, my wife's father-in-law has been training to be a training pilot for the past 8 years. And sometimes my niece goes on long rides with him in the airplane. And this is my niece. Cute. And if she ever got in an accident because of a pothole, I don't think that would be nice, very nice. The city manager makes $350,000 a year. I wonder how fast the potholes would be fixed if we took about 200,000 of that and put it towards public works. Oh, city manager, yeah, okay. Yeah, but sorry. Oh, shit. I need some water. I got water. Oh, shit. Sorry, Sarah, I'm breaking up with you. I'm really sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
If there's anyone else in the gallery who'd like to speak, please approach the podium, state your name and city of residence, and the item you're speaking upon.
My name is John Hamilton, permanent resident of Worcester, distant descendant of Hamilton Street. So we have Esther Allen Howland's plaque here in these hallowed halls. And we have the Ward family who have been disrespected for a long time. So that needs to be restored. Don't mean to be emotional about it, but I see their pain. I feel their pain. I hope everyone here does, anybody watching does, and I hope it's restored to the illustrious honor that it was originally given. And we don't need that kind of theatrics in these hallowed halls. So something needs to be done where that's stopped. You have 1.5 minutes of my time left. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the gallery who'd like to exercise their freedom of speech? Please approach the podium, state your name, and city of residence, item you're speaking upon. Yes.
Hi, Chris Betancourt, Holden, Massachusetts. Own a business on Pleasant Street, belonging to Pleasant Street Business Association and TDI Partnership. Here on 10A, just trying. We had 14 historic street signs put into our neighborhood. Now there are only 4 left, and instead of replacing those, I'd like to see a redesign of the street sign in order to reduce clutter, so that we can do some wayfinding signs on some of these poles. And we got support from the Crown Hill Neighborhood Association, the Pleasant Street Business Association, the neighborhood as well.
Thank you. Could you just clarify what you said went missing or was taken down?
So we are a historic district, and when around October 2015, 14 historic signs were put on all the poles, and today there's only 4 remaining. Usually you call in, they replace the sign, so we were thinking of a redesign instead of just putting up another 10 in order to combine both of them.
Understood. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Is there anyone else left in the gallery that would like to speak? We're going to go to Mr. Clerk. If you could go to the virtual attendees.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. The first calling user is Nellie Medina. I'm trying to meet the resident now.
Please state your
Can you
name,
hear me?
city of residence, and the item you're speaking upon, please.
Hi, everybody. I'm Nellie Medina, District from Worcester, Massachusetts. And so I have a few items. The first one is I support Mr. Gordon Ward's request to reinstall the phenomenal Miss Artisan Ward plaque, which she earns in the location where it was originally placed. As a Latina, Puerto Rican, I am not in favor of renaming a park that was originally dedicated at all. And so I'm vehemently against it. I also want to speak on Council Chairman's orders from the Education Committee. Requested auditor provide City Council with a report detailing a complete safety audit for the following issues. So one of the issues are crosswalks, and in September 2025, Matthew C. Morris requested the installation of a crosswalk at the intersection of Beaver and Richard Street, 974 Main Street. The vote was unanimous to install the crosswalk and to add pedestrian walking signage with blinking lights. However, before the vote, parents and students worked together to sign and to get the petition distributed. And we did that from September to October. The petition was approved by the Standing Committee on Traffic and Parking in November 2025. And it was successful. The students did it. It was their advocacy. My 9-year-old even spoke on behalf of his whole class. So the whole 3rd grade was involved in the process. And so we want to encourage our students' efforts. And with the summer break and the principal, Dr. Allen, retiring, we're asking that the crosswalk be painted before the end of the semester. While we understand that the lights and signage may take longer to install, completing the painting now would help our community cross safely, honor the students' efforts. Tomorrow isn't promised, and some of the students won't return to Goddard in the fall, so they should be able to carry the experience with them wherever they go. Our students face many challenges. They work hard and deserve their efforts to amount to something, and it doesn't feel right to treat this as if it weren't just both a safety and a responsibility issue. You know, our leaders are supposed to encourage students, but their efforts have yielded nothing so far. I contacted Councilman Balata and Ojeda. Councilman
time
Balata
is
said
up,
it is in his
Madam.
district, so please put the sidewalk and crosswalk in, and if we have to pay for it ourselves, we will. Thank you.
If you could just state where that's located.
Yeah, this is located on the corner of Beaver and Richard Street, 974 Main Street.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, if we can go to the next caller.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Registrar.
you.
The last call-in user is David Webb. I'm trying to mute the resident now.
Please state your name and city of residence and the item or items you're speaking upon.
Can you still hear me? Good. David Webb, still Olympia. First and foremost, I'm in support of 10I and 10Q. As for 10R, thank you, Councilor Rosen, for asking the city manager to have the Downtown Business Association walk around and figure out if there are enough bathrooms in his backyard. This is certainly something the manager himself isn't capable of, and maybe he'll listen to them since he didn't when members of the in-house community addressed this need 2 years ago. 8D, handling potholes in a smart manner. It would be really nice if literally anything there was handled in a smart manner. About 9A, F, and G, retention issues with the Worcester Police Department. I guess they lost some of the perks when they were told to stop raping people in 2020 and then made to wear cameras in 2023. I'd suggest firing some of the bad apples first, but we know Tom Duffy won't let you. 26I, speed humps are such a Worcester thing. Not just because they give you all something to talk about and pretend like you're doing something without actually solving any of the problem, but because they're neighborhood solutions instead of city solutions. It's yet another way that the administration can maintain redlining and incentivize staying on good terms with their district councilor and chamber of commerce instead of having equitable or accessible systems. Because in Worcester, safety is only for those that are deemed worthy, those that can afford it, certainly not for everyone, which brings me to 5A, the $1 billion budget. This $1 billion budget fuels a police department that cannot hold itself accountable and does not actually keep anyone safe, a city manager that bans people for asking questions, a DPW that cannot handle removing snow or patching roads, propaganda campaigns instead of solutions, like funneling money to smog and the so-called Quality of Life Task Force, and a law department that creates job security for itself in the form of delaying, denying, and charging rather than complying with the public records law, and appears to serve to support various departments in illegal activity rather than ensuring they know the law. Accountability is impossible without transparency, and the city keeps moving further and further away from transparency.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on the line, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Chairman, that's it for virtual participation.
Okay. Just for the public that may be watching, the folks in the gallery and online, we will make a motion to suspend the rules. Roll call.
Executive session.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Balata?
Yes.
Councilor Economo?
Yes.
Councilor Rizzolo?
Yes.
Councilor Mitra?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rosen?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Vice Chair Councilor King.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mr. Clerk, for counting those votes. We're going to take out of order the petition 20A that was filed by Gordon Ward and Moore and the assignees to his petition to request the playground at Greater Brook Valley be returned to its original name of Aries Ann Ward Playground. We'd like to take that up first, and I'm going to step down to speak on it. Councilor Toomey, if you could assume the chair.
Counselor?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. This particular item has come forward from the Ward family. I have a related item, which is item 10Q, which I would like to be taken up when the mayor returns, when we resume business. And just for the public purposes, item 10Q reads, requesting the city clerk to conduct research related to historical commitments made by the Worcester City Council concerning the naming of parks and streets in the city after Aries Ann Ward, a woman born into slavery in North Carolina in 1862, who settled in Worcester, where she lived until her passing in 1959 at the age of 97. This was held at the request of the family, and want to thank folks for coming out today and speaking on Black history in the city of Worcester. I stand just to offer an amendment perhaps to this petition or a separate motion so that I can vote for this in the affirmative on this petition. Aries Ann Ward had quite a legacy here in the city of Worcester. When we reconvene in some time, there will be a video representation of some of the commitments that were reportedly made. Those commitments included the renaming of a street, Laurel Street in Plumley Village. There was also a financial donation to the city of Worcester in pursuit of that, and also the naming of the park that's referenced. I will speak on the verification of this information when my item comes up later, but this is important. The family approached me after our vote, and we've had subsequent conversations as relates to the importance of maintaining this. Aries Ann Ward was civically engaged here in the city of Worcester. She was also, as mentioned, a former slave, and there's generations of public servants, some of which spoke today. I don't think any of us were aware of this fact. And we need to certainly verify it before we move forward. There was, some years ago, Mayor Ray Mariano had made some efforts in regards to Aries Ann Ward, and we just need to sort of flush this out. You know, Professor Thomas Dalton, who's no longer with us, is also a family member, and you know, we miss him dearly. And it's very important that we get this right. I'm sure that we will find our way through this. I want to mention for the public that on June 11th, this particular item is already coming before the commission. I would like to make a motion that this council supports thoroughly vetting and researching this and requesting a pause on any efforts on June 11th to move forward with the renaming of the park, Aries Ann Ward Park, to anything else. We know that the Clemente Field has been there for some time. I certainly supported this when it was brought forward, but we really need some more information, and I'll speak to a little bit of that when we move forward. So I'd like to make that motion, and if the Madam Chair would like to move the item and refer it to Parks Commission.
All those in favor, you want to do roll call? Thanks.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, can we refer it to both? Can we refer to the commission? Maybe we can get that before June 11th, and also to the Parks Committee.
As amended? Roll call.
So, Madam Chair, for clarification, so you want to send it both to the Parks Commission and the Veterans and Parks, correct?
It has to go through the city manager first, before the commission.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to again note there's a meeting on the 11th that is on the agenda.
Yeah.
Can you, through the chair to the manager, can you help with that?
Mr. Manager?
Yeah, through the chair to the council, boards and commissions, the jurisdiction of city manager, so they will be referred to me, and I will make sure that the commission will have that before them in the June 11th meeting.
Thank you. And for the public,
Counselor?
I don't know, Madam Chair, if the clerk could speak to how to get information, how to participate in any further commission meetings, what's the best route for them to go to educate themselves on that schedule and how to access it.
Mr. Clark?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So through the chair to the council, basically, I can get some more information to the residents if they have questions by email us tomorrow at clerk@worcesterma.gov. But any of the boards and commissions, the agendas are available on our website under agendas and minutes. For this particular meeting, I'm not aware of the date that they're meeting, but if it's the Parks Commission, it'll be listed under the Parks Commission agenda. And also, you can reach out to the Parks Department at parks@worcesterma.gov. I'm sure the Commissioner of Parks will be able to provide you that information on that meeting, so.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, so point of order, could we, I'm just requesting a roll call.
Yes. Roll call, please.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Balata?
Yes.
Council Economo?
Point of clarification, what's the roll
Counselor?
call on?
Through the chair to the council, my understanding is it was going to send to the city manager, so the city manager can bring it before the Parks Commission, and then also to the Veterans and Parks Memorial Standing Committee.
Yes.
Council Rizzolo?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Mitra?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rosen?
Yes.
And Madam Vice Chair, Council Toomey.
Yes.
Did I say yes? Did you get me? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. For the public that's watching, part of the council rules are that whoever's chairing the meeting, if they're going to speak on any particular item, they must relinquish the chair for debate. So that's why we're doing the musical chairs. That being said, Mr. Clerk, we'd like to recess from this meeting and go into executive session. Once we finish the recess, what's the proper motion for that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my suggestion is maybe take the roll call on the executive session, and then, you can recess the meeting as well from there too. But if you want to read item 6A and then adopt it on a roll call.
Okay. Order of Mayor Joseph M. Petty that the City Council of the City of Worcester does convene an executive session at its Tuesday, June 2nd, 2026 meeting for the purpose of discussing the strategy with respect to litigation, which, if discussed in an open meeting, will have a detrimental effect on the city's position. The City Council will reconvene in open session. Anyone on this item want to speak? If not, roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Balata?
Yes.
Council Economo?
Yes.
Council Rizzolo?
Yes.
Council Mitra?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rosen?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Vice Chair Council King.
Yes, so we're going to take a vote to recess, to take a recess, and then to reconvene in executive session. Is that correct, Mr. Clerk?
Correct, Mr. Chairman. And then once we're back to the regular session, we'll come out of executive session.
Thank you. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Balata?
Yes.
Council Economo?
Yes.
Council Rizzolo?
Yes.
Council Mitra?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rosen? Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Vice Chair Council King.
Yes, the meeting is recessed.
We should not.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome back. We're going to go into finance. Roll call.
Counselor Bergman?
Here.
Counselor Bellata? Counselor Economo?
Here.
Counselor Pizzolo?
Here.
Counselor King?
Present.
Counselor Mitra?
Here.
Counselor Ojeda?
Here.
Counselor Rivera?
Here.
Counselor Rosen?
Here.
Counselor Toomey?
Here.
And Mayor Petty.
Here. So we're on City Manager's office, and Council Rivera is next, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're up.
Okay. Through the chair to the administration. I just got a couple questions and a few statements, and I don't want to beat this with a dead horse because I keep talking about your favorite subject, roads. But I just, obviously I want to start off with saying I am aware that the problem with our roads is not a current administration problem. It has been building for years due to lack of proper funding. With that being said, I actually learned that you added an increase in each district gets each year towards fixing the streets. Can you elaborate more on that?
Mr. Manager?
Yeah, through the chair to the council, one of the things that came up during the council discussions over the past couple of years was that there was a level funding for district councilors and the number of streets that they selected and the funding that was allocated to that. Understanding and knowing that costs have gone up, right, related to infrastructure. And so what we did is we put an effort to not only provide additional funding, we doubled it for each district. And then we also did a full effort because there was a number of years where we had a backlog on sidewalks. And so we put a significant effort on funding all the backlog that was on sidewalks to address them. And so we started that construction last year. Some of that work will continue this coming year as well. Because again, we were trying to address the backlog, but also add and double the amount that district councilors would have to be able to select their streets.
I appreciate that. Which brings me to the, we obviously know that filling the potholes is not enough. It is a short-term solution to a long-term problem. So we need to focus more on full resurfacing and repaving, which lasts longer and gives taxpayers better value over time. But I also saw that you doubled or almost doubled the amount of money this year's budget towards fixing streets. Can you elaborate more on that one?
Mr. Manager?
Yeah, through the chair to the council, just as I stated previously, it's come up quite a bit in terms of the challenges that we have in our road network and our infrastructure. And there are some streets that haven't been properly maintained. That's why last year we launched a pavement preservation program to provide better preservation of our roads and extend the life of them. And then in addition to that, that's why we committed to increasing the amount of funding, capital borrowing for our road network and infrastructure. A lot of this is going to take time. A lot of this funding, not only approved in this budget, may not directly impact this summer, this particular season, but it will have impacts for next construction season as well. And so, again, we are taking a strong effort not only to address the maintenance of our street, but also to really resurface and provide better resurfacing of our roads for a better long term in terms of our infrastructure, so that we can reduce the amount of potholes and issues that we have in our roads with better infrastructure.
Yeah, I appreciate that the city is already increasing its investment in roads and projects and sidewalks. That is a step in the right direction. Would you agree or say, based on the amount of roads that we have, that, like me being greedy as a District 5 city councilor, would we get to the point where maybe get down the road more towards each? Because as right now we get 400,000 a year, correct?
I believe it's 800.
800,000 but we pick every 2 years.
Correct.
So
and so with through the chair to the council, our hope is that as we start to preserve our roads and as we start to do this aggressive approach in the infrastructure, that there will be less and less roads that we have to redo. Now, we always will have to do that as part of our annual budgeting, that we have to maintain our roads and provide resurfacing. But again, I think it's going to improve the PCI of our roads, especially the neighborhood roads, and allow for us to target the areas that are most needy. And that's something that we will continue to work with the council on.
Thank you for seeing the importance of making our streets safer for everyone, including pedestrians, bicyclists. That is important. That's an important goal. And I know Worcester's growing, more people are moving here, and that is something to be proud of. But growth brings more traffic and more wear on our roads, so I'm glad you see the importance of acting now, because we know the problem will only get bigger and more expensive to fix. So Worcester has a lot going for it. We are growing, we're investing, we are building momentum, but as you are aware, our infrastructure has to keep up with that progress. So thank you again for knowing what needs to get done, for investing more money in this year's budget towards safer roads, and look forward to continue to work with you and your administration, a capable administration.
All set? Councilor Rosen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair to City Manager. Should I start planning to spend my money from my senior discount from Spectrum? I mean, it's been a long time. I've been a senior a long time, and I'm still waiting. And I've asked many, many times. I think I've asked 3 city managers, and I've called Spectrum many times, and I still haven't got my senior discount. I want to live long enough just to get at least 1 year senior discount. So what do you think? It's taken us a long time on this new contract.
Mr. Manager?
Yeah, through the chair to the councilor. Yeah, this contract is taking a while, and the reason why is there are things that Charter is not willing to provide for the city, and so we are continuously pushing back. As just recently as April, there were some challenges and things that were communicated to us that we were not aware of. So again, we won't sign that contract until we feel we have an adequate. Now, we can always pursue any type of other litigation, but to go against a company like that, it's much difficult. It's a lot of work, and they have a lot more expensive attorneys that we would have to face. But again, our goal right now is to make sure that we get the best that we can for the city. However, I do want to say that one of the things that Charter has been, whether communicating to us or communicating to other communities across the nation, is they want to discontinue the senior program, and I believe they've discontinued it across the nation. We are the community who keep pushing forward, keep pushing that they continue it, or at least honor that program for us. And I think that's one of the biggest point of contention. And so we're going to continue to work at it. We're going to work with them and try to, not work with them, but try to continue this negotiation to a place that we feel comfortable, that I feel comfortable not only to sign, but also to bring before the council and the residents that feel that we got at least the best that we could as part of that deal. But that is an ongoing kind of legal battle or contract battle that we're negotiating, that literally just as of April, we've had some differences in.
Councilor Rosen?
Through the chair to the manager, my second issue that I've pushed for years, and even in the past 5 months, and that's the pilot program. So should I assume that your administration is constantly working with some of our larger colleges and universities to have them, just improve upon their pilot payments? Some of the deals we have maybe aren't the best for the city, and they go back several years too. So are we working to at least update those with the colleges and universities, especially since they all use so many of our services? They may not pay for them, and they don't pay for them, but they use so many services, whether it's public works, public health, whether it's our police department, fire department, and so many others that they depend on, like all businesses, whether they're profits or nonprofits, or all residents in the city of Worcester. They depend on these services. They're just lucky they don't have to pay by federal law and state law, but they can pay voluntarily if we twist their arm enough. So where do we stand on that? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Manager?
Yeah, through the chair to the council, it's a good question. Actually, just as of today, I was meeting with one of them. And just this month, I've met with at least 3 of them. I meet very periodically with them. We have conversations with each individual institution. Two institutions out of the others have current pilot agreements in place. The ones that do not have pilot agreements, those are the ones that I'm prioritizing to have something in place. We've made some great progress with all of them. We've had some great discussions about tax policies, about impact, about scholarships. I mean, you name it, a lot of different conversations. And I feel very confident that we will have something at least one institution. But I know that I feel confident that all of them we will have something with all of them that at least will show the council that we're moving forward. They're all participating, and again, there's a level of conversation that we're having, and that I feel pretty optimistic of their engagement and their willingness to move forward in this discussion.
What's up? Councilor Fazol?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the city manager. I look at your budget, and in your office, could just educate me. Is the CFO part of this, your budget?
Through the chair to the council, no, the CFO is under the administration and finance. He oversees the administration and finance, which is purchasing, assessing, the treasury, and budget office.
Okay. The only reason why I ask, I've got an idea, and I want to run it by you. And I thought, being in your office, I want to use some of your staff. You're involved on every issue we have here in the city, and I want someone to try to look into this for me. Through you, Mr. Chairman, back when I was in the legislature, the city manager was Mike O'Brien, and I remember at that time, I would say maybe 15 years ago, could be a little longer, the council was in an uproar to pave more, resurface more streets and sidewalks. And if my memory is correct, they took out a bond above and beyond what they spent yearly on streets and sidewalks. Mr. Mayor, I believe you were on the council then. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think my memory's pretty correct. And it was to accelerate streets and sidewalks. I think we are there. We are at a moment in time here where our streets and sidewalks are as bad as I've seen them in my lifetime. I've lived here all my life. And I'm not trying to be over dramatic, but I would like to see if someone could look into it in your office, research that, see what they did, and get back to us. Or if you can inform me tonight, someone can inform me tonight. I don't need another report.
To the chair, to the council, we have that answer, and the CFO, Tim McGurthy, can provide that answer. But I do want to state that before he shares what was done then at that moment, the reason why it was done and why it was done at that time is because the city currently at that time had limited resources and didn't have the capacity to be able to.
Could you say that again? I didn't hear.
The city had limited resources at that time, and so they needed to take a drastic approach to address that. Well, what we did in this budget is we increased that. We doubled the amount. We raised it quite a bit, understanding and knowing the request that you requested, and we increased the sidewalk and road infrastructure budget in this budget without having to do that because we had the opportunity and the resources to be able to do that. But I'll have Tim McGurthy share.
Mr. McGurthy?
Through the chair, what the city manager recommended and the council approved was tapping into the unused tax levy capacity. So right now, the city has about $25 million worth of unused levy that at any time we could add to the tax levy. The council could approve it as something to raise. It would be part of the tax rates, and the city budget would increase by that amount. Obviously, if you do that, you're raising taxes. So the city has put new growth over budget aside each year, except for certain years we've come to council and council has agreed to utilize that funds. But otherwise, new growth over budget has gone into that unused capacity. That capacity has grown up to the 25 million. I believe, just looking at the numbers, and I don't have the specifics of the event in front of me, but I believe it was FY16 because in FY16, it looks like about $4 million was taken out of the unused tax levy capacity, incorporated into the budget, and then to your point, it was committed to go toward street and sidewalks. So it was a two-step. It was the issuance of the bond, but it was the provision of new revenues through the reduction of the unused tax levy and essentially the increase in the annual tax levy at that point.
Just quickly, through the chair to the council, what he's referring to, the $4 million, was under this Augustus administration. And that was a specific request to the council. During the Mike O'Brien administration, he did a $10 million investment into our road network, and that was also part of the unused tax levy capacity efforts. So what has been done historically is utilizing the unused tax levy capacity as the way to provide additional resources for infrastructure. The good thing about this year's budget is that I was able to increase that borrowing capacity without having to increase taxes and tapping into the unused tax levy capacity. We can do that, but I think for our sake, and I think for us as a collective, I think we want to be mindful of raising those taxes to the taxpayers.
I want to make it clear through you, Mr. Chairman, I am not talking about going into that untouchable, or that, I'm not.
Through the
I'm
chair,
not
it is
talking about
touchable.
that. Okay, I want that general public to know that was not my intention. I meant looking at a bond, taking out, because I believe, back then was $10 million. I thought it was a bond that they, pay out over time, and that's what I was looking at. I know you increased it, I understand that fully, but obviously, it only goes so far, and we have a lot of work to do. And I'm peppered by people with, and I'm not being over dramatic. I can't believe how many people come up to me or text me or email me complaining about our streets and sidewalks and the potholes. So I'll leave it there. Thank you. In the future, though, if we feel that, I would offer that idea to look into a bond to accelerate even more street and sidewalk resurfacing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Quickly.
No, Mr. Manager?
To the chair of the council, also, I think one of the things that's important to note, a lot of the resurfacing projects have been awarded and contracted. They're going to start mobilizing over the next few weeks. So you're going to start to see a lot more construction crews go out to the streets to restart the resurfacing projects. So a lot of the streets that may or may not, people will be complaining, are particular streets that are going to be completely redone over the next few weeks. That process will start. We bid out the projects, we've contracted them. Now these contracts will start mobilizing over the next couple of weeks.
That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anybody else? Seeing nobody else, motion is to approve. Roll call.
Yes.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Bellato? Councilor Economo?
Yes.
Councilor Frizzola?
Yes.
Councilor King? Councilor Mitra?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rosen?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, we have a budget hearing on legislative offices. Councilor King?
I did have a quick question for the managers.
Sure.
Can we reconsider it, or? it's
You don't have to,
or
no,
something?
there's no rules.
Thank you. I do have some questions related to
you
this
can,
budget. Sorry?
You can sit if you want. Since we're on budget.
Thank you. It's late. I'm dizzy. So I do have a couple of questions. First, I'd just like to comment that the fact that there's simply cost of living adjustments goes a long way for me, particularly in this climate, that we're not looking at any sort of significant raises in your department. And I think that sends a good message to the workforce. So I want to appreciate that. As it relates to this department, one of the objectives and strategies is related to communications. Communications to keep residents and workforce informed in a transparent and efficient manner. Mr. Chairman, is part of this, improving communications, ensuring equity. I would like to give kudos to the work being done in the Managers Academy. And one of the things that I've been calling for a few years now relates to how we're measuring the effectiveness of departments. How are we managing the leadership of those commissioners and those cabinet members? Mr. Chairman, is there anything in this particular budget for your department, for the department of the city manager or the offices of the city manager, related to or dedicated to developing employee performance reviews for cabinet members through the chair?
Mr. Manager?
Yeah, through the chair to the council, there's no specific line item dedicated to that. That is an effort that is right now currently underway that the assistant city manager, the chief financial officer, and our budget director has been working on in developing that. We've worked in looking at different cabinets, utilizing them as examples to develop these performance evaluation tools. These performance evaluation tools, it's not just a simple evaluation tool for a particular staffing individual. What we've done is we've done a comprehensive process to do this. One is we needed to establish a strategic plan for the city. What's the vision? What are the goals? What are the priorities? What are the things that we're trying to accomplish as a municipality? In that, it requires every department to submit what you have in your budget is departmental development plans. What is each department's goals and objectives under that strategic plan? So then we can develop and establish these performance evaluation tools that would measure their outcomes and outputs related to their departmental development plans and the overall strategic plan of the municipality. And that all is taking consideration based on public feedback, neighborhood meetings, council meetings, et cetera. All these strategies and things that are developed are based on a lot of that. So it's a combination of things. And right now, our hope is that this upcoming fiscal year, we're going to begin the process of implementing the evaluation, the performance evaluation for the cabinet. And that will be something that myself and the team will take responsibility in working through that and seeing how that progresses. Because the entire goal overall is that all the administrative staff and all of the staff, non-represented staff, will be adhered to an evaluation program, including eventually then working with the bargaining units to negotiate that, because we have to negotiate that with them. But the good thing is that many of them have agreed to begin the discussions about what performance evaluations look like and talk through that in an establishment of a committee for the city. So there's great progress happening, but as you stated, we are starting with the leadership, with the cabinet. Just, last week, we ended our last 6-week session of Management Academy to all the managers. And again, it's understanding and knowing what are the principles, management principles that I want that every cabinet member to work by, to in some ways live by, but also what are the things that we need to accomplish as a city, and what are the things that we need to improve upon when it comes to processes as well. So that's something that we will be implementing FY27, but it's not a specific line item into the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Operations, procedure, policy, evaluations, measurable outputs is something that I've continued to advocate for the city, for service provision, for efficacy of municipal government. So I certainly appreciate that work, and it sounds like what I'm hearing through the chair is that there will be no costs incurred, no subscriptions, no consultants, none of that. So that's good news. My question as relates to a couple of the positions in your department, senior web support specialist and web support specialist, I would expect to find that in technical services, or whatever the other division is. If you could share what are the functions of those? I did take a look at some of the functions in the other department. I think it's technical services. I can't remember what it's called now. But it may be redundant. So if you could just speak to what those positions are on page 340, if anyone ends up following along.
Yeah. Through the chair to the counselor, those two positions during the FY26 budget, we transitioned from the technical services department, the DO-IT department, to the city manager's office. The reason being is those two positions are responsible for the content of the website. And they're the ones that every department works with in providing any content and putting that content on the website. And so they're the ones that understand website management, content creation as well. We felt as though that needed to be better represented in the city manager's office than the technology office, because the city manager's office is what drives the communication in collaboration with the communications team. We are the ones that are really working with the departments in approving what documents, et cetera, are put on the website, how the website is going to be laid out, et cetera. So we felt that was better positioned in the city manager's office rather than tech services. Tech services still has tech support teams that work on the back end of a website, that maintain the infrastructure, the softwares, the network, et cetera. But the content of the website were these two individuals that we felt as though they were best suited in the manager's office for better management and then also better alignment on the way they were creating content on the website.
And through the chair, what responsibilities did they have as it relates to the City Council Facebook live streaming? Did they have any responsibilities? And if they did not, who did?
Mr. Manager?
To the chair, to the council, any live stream activity, especially through Facebook or YouTube, et cetera, that is all handled by the cable services department, division under the city manager's office. They're the ones who oversee all the recordings that are happening right now in these council meetings, and that's all under the cable services division.
Okay, thank you. So it sounds like there's some communication aspects to those two positions as it relates to the website and what have you. That brings me to another couple of issues. We have a director of marketing and public relations. We have a director of director of marketing and public relations, communication and content strategist, media and public relations administrator, staff writer, communications coordinator, communications specialist. And that's a lot of communication. And one of the most important things that we can do is exactly that: communicate to the public, communicate to the workforce, communicate to towards the goals and objectives and efficiencies of city government. And the reason I bring that up is, you know, in totaling up those positions, we're looking at close to $1 million, over 800-something thousand for those positions when you include the web-based specialists. And we have a total budget of $1.9 million, and close to 900,000, close to half, 45% or so, is going towards communications. You know, and in these times, I'm certainly not looking to eliminate jobs, but part of our job here is to look at governmental budgets. We have positions here that I'm wondering about. You know, it's close to, like I said, 45% of this, of your Office of the City Manager appropriations. And, you know, I just, for the record, want to state that publicly. I'm not quite sure what that means. We also give $500,000 a year to Discover Massachusetts to market the city. I know we talked previously about working with the Chamber of Commerce and towards that end as well. Same Chamber of Commerce that did the exact opposite of marketing for the city, going live, speaking in the media that we don't have a safe city, having folks concerned to come downtown. The director, Timmy Murray, speaking out in Boston media about things that will have a detrimental impact. We have planning watch parties on the Common, and that misrepresentation is going to cost the city dollars. So when I look at this communication, I'm going to call it web or resources, and what I see as a response to the mismarketing of Worcester, it gives me pause. So I just want to say that we're, again, close to $900,000 on communications. You had the $500,000 for Discover Massachusetts. I've always said to bring Discover Massachusetts internal, that those monies, there's some state components to that, but I just want to state on the record that I do have questions as it relates to that. I know that former Councilor Russell would bring this up a couple of budgets ago, but I just want to state for the record that gives me pause. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, as it relates to contingency, I will give kudos there. This is one of the smaller contingency budgets that we've seen. I can remember budgets much larger than this. And just through the chair to the administration, what role does New Growth have with contingency, if any? I know we're doing some projecting here and recommended appropriations, but how does the New Growth aspect relate to all of this, through the chair?
Through the chair, New Growth has no direct impact on contingency. New Growth is part of the overall revenues that we anticipate as part of the new year. Contingency is just one of the many appropriations from those total revenues. The only time New Growth would have an impact if during the budget adjustment period in the fall, if New Growth was identified as a source for additional new growth over budget, was identified as a source to increase contingency for some purpose, that's the only way they would ever react or interact.
Thank you. I think we've done that over the years, some years ago. Maybe before your time, I'm not sure, but we've definitely done that in the past. So I appreciate the explanation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Just want to add something quickly, through the chair to the council, just quickly on related to the communications. When I worked in the city manager's office, in the years that I worked in the city manager's office, I worked in the manager's office all my entire career here in City Hall. We often had project managers, and we had a whole team of project managers, and our job was to do little projects here and there, initiatives here and there. And when I took the role as city manager, based on my experience as working as a project manager, I felt as though we needed to shift that, because I felt as though one of the biggest need that not only the city manager's office, but the entire municipal government needed was ways to get information out to the public through social media, through videos, through events, activities, etc. And so we shifted a lot of those project management positions to communications positions to support the office in those areas. Historically, the office always had two communications folks to deal with media relations and press releases, talking points, etc. What we've added about 3 to 4 positions to that division, to that area, because of the need to continuously communicate with the public. And so that's why we've strengthened that team. But that team doesn't just serve the city manager. They actually spend probably 90% of the time working for the 17 other departments in trying to provide information, create flyers, create content, graphics, etc. for every single department. So it's not just the city managers, it's the entire cabinet and the entire city family that team supports on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I just may respond to that, I certainly appreciate the initiative and autonomy that the manager has in doing that. I'm simply questioning in terms of percentages of the budget, and I certainly hear that this went from 2 communication positions to 10. I'm not sure what the budgetary differences were. When we had challenges with 311 in getting information out, it remained a challenge. And I know that we don't anticipate that happening again with different services and subscriptions or whatever the like may be. And this is simply just on its face, it gives me pause. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we are on the legislative offices. Who else are here?
City Council?
Yeah, all of them. The council, mayor, city clerk, elections, Council Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have one question. On the city council, the chief of staff to the city council, when I looked at, we just did the manager's chief of staff, we looked over those figures, and I believe there was a 2% raise, a standard raise for the manager's chief of staff, and I believe that the mayor's chief of staff also had the same standard raise. I noticed that for the city council chief of staff, the fiscal 26 amount and the fiscal 27 amount are the same, that there was no 2% raise. I didn't know, is that proper, is that right? Is that the way do we decide who gets this 2% raise and who doesn't? I don't know. So that surprised me, just comparing those 3 chief of staff positions. So either through the chair to the manager to Mr. McGurthy, is that a mistake perhaps?
Mr. McGurthy?
Through the chair, any employee would get the 2%, any unrepresented employee would get the 2% at the transition into the new fiscal year. This represents, though, there was a change in personnel. So the salary in FY26 and the salary in FY27 are different, but they're reflected, because of the person is different, they're reflected in the budget as the same number, but the person in the position will make a different amount under that same amount budgetarily.
Well, that's good to hear. So that our chief of staff is going to receive a 2% raise.
Through the chair, that's correct.
What would be wrong if you showed it in here? What would be wrong? Through the chair.
Through the chair, we would be over budgeting the position. The position in FY26 actually made less than the budget, and then the position in FY27 will make the budget. The budget is a really poor instrument for looking at individual salaries because it's simply an allocation of funds. It's not a direct representation of the individual salary. In this case, it just happens to be the 2 numbers almost obscure the fact that there's someone who is in the position in FY26, which is different from the person who is in it when we created the FY26 budget, who is different from the person in the FY27 budget, and the amount necessary to fund that position based on their individual salaries is the same amount year over year.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Council King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just would like, just for reiteration, 2% COLA will also be applied to the city, just simply yes or no, to the chief of staff, to the city council.
Through the chair, any staff person that is unrepresented will have the 2% increase as of July 1, and then any represented, in other words, union staff member, would have the 2% or the negotiated COLA at the time of the agreement of the union, the signing of the agreement.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So we're on, I'm just on city
Legislative
council.
offices, yeah. No, we're on all 4 of them.
All 4? Mercy. Okay. Trying to find my page here, I apologize. So as far as the city council budget, through chair to the administration, who do you communicate with regarding the needs of that office? Traditionally speaking, I would assume you speak with the mayor regarding a budget for his office. I'm just wondering, I've never been spoken to about the council budget. Through the chair to the administration, who do you engage with? Who does your budget director engage with from the office of the city council regarding budgetary needs through the chair?
Mr. McGurthy?
Through the chair, the city clerk is the one who works with the budget office on the various legislative offices.
Can you elaborate, please, through the chair, to whomever? What's that look like?
Through the chair, as we go through the process, we put together the various budget documents related to the different divisions here. We send those over to the city clerk. The city clerk then comes back to us with suggestions, recommendations, requests, et cetera.
Is there any other office for which that occurs through the chair, other than those two offices?
Through the chair, I should say the mayor's office does look at their own budget as well and also provides feedback.
So, through the chair, once again, whom from the city council is consulted regarding the city council budget?
Through the chair, we send the budgets through the clerk's office.
To the chair, to the clerk's office, whom from the city council is consulted regarding the city council budget?
Through the council through the chair to the council, basically, the budget of the city council office, it's a standardized stipend based on the city charter, and that's what the city manager on an annual budget places in that budget line. When it comes to the staffing, over the years, the city council has made orders to the city clerk in terms of providing guidance on the number of staffing that are needed for those 3 positions. So initially in 2020, I'd asked the clerk to fund the chief of staff position. And in 2020, the city clerk's office worked with administration and the city council to staff that chief of staff position. Additionally, after surveys and a need for additional staffing, over the years, the council asked the clerk and administration to work on providing 2 additional staff members of the council aides. So that was provided as well. So the city council, the clerk, and the administration on an annual basis work to put this budget together. So it's most of the time there's the city administration based on the clerk's recommendations from council asks. That's what you would have reflected on the budget.
Mr. Chairman, we have 2 aides to the city council. We have chief of staff to the city council. I've contended from the time that I spearheaded the work to get staff for city council along with my colleagues when I was chairing municipal operations. And I'd also requested some language to do what was necessary to have those aides and the chief of staff and/or the chief of staff be hired directly by the council, similar to the auditor, similar to the clerk, similar to the city manager. So through the chair, I guess I'll just make a motion. I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Chairman, that we get a follow-up on those orders that went in, if in fact they went to municipal operations and they were filed, with just like a documentation of those transactions. You know, I think it's a bit disempowering to not have the council weigh in on those things. There's other budgetary items that could, in fact, improve constituent services. The survey that occurred at the result of my orders and the work of the city clerk. And in this unique charter, that's sort of how it played out. But I would like that information, Mr. Chairman. You know, it's again, it's a bit disempowering that there's no voice. I mean, in theory, maybe it's municipal operations committee, maybe it's not, but we have to figure something out as relates to that, Mr. Chairman. On to the city clerk's office. Looks like it's pretty evenly budgeted it looks like some of those positions, and I would ask through the chair to the administration, perhaps the CFO, if you can speak to in the clerk's department, which positions received more than a 2% raise, and what was that percentage, and what was that monetary differentiation, through the chair.
Mr. McCarthy?
Through the chair, all the positions would have had approximately the 2%. The only difference would be the Deputy City Clerk 2, which is going from a $115,604 to $124,252, which is about a 7% increase.
And through the chair to the administration, is that common in this budget that we have a 7% increase in a particular position?
Mr. McCarthy?
Through the chair, no, I would not say it's common.
Okay. Through the clerk, to the chair, to the clerk, you could speak to that. It's almost more than triple what folks are getting. So if you could speak to that. I know we had a matter come before the council related to this department, and it was supposed to be worked through with the manager and the clerk as relates to budgeting. So if you could speak through the chair regarding this significant increase as it relates to the rest of the municipal employee folks.
Through the chair to the council, actually, the ask from the clerk was to basically make both Deputy 1 and Deputy 2 City Clerk positions at equal rates. That is not reflective of the budget. So the initial ask by the city clerk was that both Deputy 1 and Deputy 2 are equal in salary based on past historical practices and salary allocations for two assistant city clerks. When I was an assistant and AJ Potter was an assistant, we had similar salaries. When Sue Ledoux and Mike Manfredo and Josh Meduna were in assistant level positions, they were equal salaries. So that was the ask. This reflective is just a 7% based on what the administration believed was the salary adjustments for the Deputy 2 City Clerk position.
Thank you.
So that is the background on that.
Thank you very much. So through the chair to the CFO, so it sounds like there was a $9,000 increase based on what I'm hearing. There was an initial ask to increase it to $139,000, an additional $15,000. So just for clarification through the chair to the CFO, that would have been a total of, I don't know, $24,000 salary increase at the request of the clerk. And what percentage would that be of an increase through the chair?
Hang on.
Through the chair, that would have been about a 25% increase. Oh, sorry, 21% increase.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that answer. While I understand what was said as far as the goals here, that sort of increase would send the wrong message to the municipal workforce. The 9,000, the 7% is still much more than folks are getting. And I'm glad it was worked out, but certainly jumps to my attention, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Bergman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let's try. Stretch. I don't have to stand. Sorry. I never am comfortable in saying the kinds of things I'm about to say because I think could be taken the wrong way. And the last one to want to question the value, and I'm not trying to do that of anybody's service. All I can say is that in my time on the council, we have needed, and we finally have, chief of staff and assistants that have helped us tremendously, and I think more importantly than help us, I think they've helped our constituents by access to us, by the things that they do by going to public meetings, so on and so forth. And I'm through the chair to to Mr. McGurthy, I see a line on our chief of staff salary of $99,844 last year and the same this year. And I just want to be sure before I ask my next question through the chair. That's correct. That's correct.
Mr. McGurthy?
So through the chair, that position at the time of the FY26 budget, when it was created, made more than the person who now occupies the position. So again, the budget represents the allocation of funds, not the actual salary.
Right.
So at the time, the 99,844 was appropriate for the prior inhabitant of the position. The new person was hired in at a lower level, meaning that the 99,844 is the appropriate allocation for their purposes for the 2% increase.
I'm getting myself a little confused here, and I want to make sure I don't, because I think others may be as well. The person who is our chief of staff has been there more than 1 year. So you say new person, you're confusing me, because I guess in the scheme of things, he's relatively new, but he's not new this year.
Through the chair, keep in mind that the budget for FY26 was created in March, April of 2025. So at that time, a different person occupied the seat of chief of staff.
So through the chair, let me try to do it this way, because I know the hour is late, and I don't have that many questions, but I do have a few. How much is that person in category, it looks like, and I may have written this down wrong, 48 EM, I'm assuming that's the classification. How much is that person in our office, titled chief of staff, going to be making in 2027? Let me ask it that way.
Through the chair, 99,844.
Okay, so it's exactly what's on there. Okay. And a similar situation, or similar position, in Secretary of the Mayor is 48, position 48 EM is 107, 127. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. And last year, Secretary of the Mayor, I know it was a different person, was making the same as the chief of staff for the city council office, 99,844. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. So I just want to, I'm not going to belabor this, just want to say that those of us that appreciate what our chief of staff does, the responsibility he has in supervising two people, I'm not comparing what he does to what the Secretary of the Mayor's office does, but I just think through you, Mr. Chairman, and through you, Mr. City Manager, there has to be a look going forward and sooner than later as to how to make this right, because it seems to me that if the same category, we've had somebody there for several years versus somebody that's new, it's the same category of pay scale, and one person is now getting almost $8,000 more than the other. It just creates, I think it creates bad feeling. And I'm not saying this for myself because I've heard it. I've heard it from the person I'm trying to advocate for, that there's some sort of, disparity there that's not easy to understand. So I get it that there might be reasons that I don't know that happened. I get that. But all I know is our city council office runs much better and much more efficiently with the staff we have now. And the last thing I want to do is to upset anybody in our office so that we don't have the opportunity to have the same people that we have there now going forward, because I think they do a really good job. So thank you.
Through the chair, if I may, just a point of information to help kind of understand the scale. A 48 EM is a 48 executive management position. At executive management, personnel do not have steps. It is a range. The range for a 48 EM is 105 to 145, so it's a very broad range. So it really has to do with when someone's hired into that range, at what level is the salary set. And then within that range, obviously there's room year over year to make changes, or the COLA that would actually increase the full range. But that's why you'll see the same pay grade but different pay amounts, because it's all within a range opportunity.
All right, but through the chair, just to follow up on that, and I'll end it. That doesn't mean that they can't be paid the same, just because there's a range, and it doesn't mean that the chief of staff can't make what the secretary of the mayor makes. It just means that there's a wide range, and I understand that. I'm not suggesting, I start out the conversation by saying there might be reasons for this, but I'm just telling you, it doesn't look fair. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Anybody else? Councilor Fazol?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the CFO, does anybody get paid the mileage here in these offices?
Through the chair.
Just curious.
In these specific offices?
Yeah.
I'm not aware of anyone submitting for reimbursement, but anyone who does travel on city responsibilities can submit for reimbursement.
But not these individuals who might go to a neighborhood meeting?
No, through the chair, they could. They could. They
okay.
would submit it through the system, they would seek reimbursement.
Okay, thank you very much.
I don't think anybody's ever done that. But basically, anybody else before Council King? Council King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our city council staff does a lot. I'm not going to make it an order here or a motion, but I'm going to be filing a motion once again to assess all the work that has been done and will be done. I know that there was a recent report on some of this, but I'll be asking for that along with additional survey. We are in a new sort of wave of city councilors. When we first had our chief of staff and and then subsequently some aides, we had folks on the council that never used them, didn't use them, used them here and there. But we have a whole slew of new folks who understand the importance of policy, understands the importance of ordinances and research on city regulations and what have you, and then responsiveness. So it's been extremely helpful, particularly given the fact that many of us have some of us have full-time jobs. That being said, through the chair to the administration, as it relates to city vehicles, our folks in our department are traversed throughout the city daily, back and forth, back and forth. They park off-site. They do not park on-site. As it relates to accessing to a city vehicle, what is the process by which a department does that? Is the office of the city council and perhaps the office of the mayor the only offices without access to a city vehicle through the chair?
Mr. Manager?
Yeah, through the chair to the council, there's many different offices who don't have access to vehicles. You're talking about 2,000 employees, and the percentage of the employees who actually have vehicles to utilize.
Departments.
And it's very low. There's a lot of departments and a lot of staff who don't use city vehicles on a day-to-day basis. They utilize their own vehicles to traverse neighborhood meetings, events, activities, etc. And then they take it upon themselves to submit for any potential reimbursements if that's something that they are willing to do. The typical process with them would be a request to the administration or to that department, understanding kind of what the resources are available, what's the need for the purpose of that vehicle, what's the utilization of that vehicle, and then there's a process that the CFO and the team goes through to acquire or to procure an actual vehicle. But again, there's many staff across the entire city body who do not have vehicles or department vehicles to actually be able to utilize.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, I may have mentioned staff, but it's about the particular office or department. And I know a number of these departments that I'm looking at here may in fact have those accesses. Through the chair to the chair, I would like a motion that we get a report back on what the process is to secure a city vehicle for office purposes. I will reemphasize that our staff in the council office work directly and are directly responsive to the needs of the elected legislative body, which is unique to any department in the city, where they are directly responding to our requests, whereas other offices will respond to the city manager, who is the chief executive or operating officer for the city. Executive officer for the city. Thank you, Mr. Manager. And even two of our staff fall under that jurisdiction, I believe. However, they do carry out the needs of the elected officials. So we'd like to get a report that way. I hope that report would come back out to municipal operations and they can flush it out and discard it if necessary, or attempt to access such a vehicle for the purposes of the office of the City Council. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Dr. Mitra?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to agree with the sentiment of our Councilor Bergman about the salary that he brought up of the chief of staff of city councilor versus the secretary of the mayor being in the same salary, same grade. I think certainly it creates a little bit of an issue of feeling. So I think it should be, kept in mind. He does a great job for us, and all the staff, they do a great job, but keeping the same salary grade and keeping the discrepancy of about $9,000 is something that certainly needs to be thought of before we really allocate that salary. So just wanted to agree with Councilor Moe very much, and I feel the same way as he did. Thank you.
Okay, we have the motions to approve. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Bellotta?
Abstain.
Councilor Economo?
Abstain.
Councilor Fasolo?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Abstain.
Councilor Mitra?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rosen?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, now we have motions to approve this budget. Roll call.
What was the motion?
Approve the legislative offices.
What was
Yeah.
the first motion?
On your motion.
Oh, motion to reconsider. I thought that was for the motion to reconsider my thing so I can vote correctly. I thought that was for
You just
budget.
record it as a yes, please? Because this isn't budget, we'll have to go back to reconsideration. Okay, so next motion now is to approve the budget. Legislative
Of
offices.
legislative offices.
Correct, yep.
Okay.
Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Bellotta?
Yes.
Councilor Economo?
Abstain.
Councilor Fasolo?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Abstain.
Councilor Mitra?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rosen?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, we are on Health and Human Services. Mr. McGurthy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I'll hide my Coke Zero bottle first. We have Health and Human Services with Commissioner Seema Dixit and Deputy Commissioner Alex Arriaga. It's composed of 6 different divisions, general, overall, health and human, actually really 5. Health and Human Services Administration, Health and Human Services Veterans, Youth, Public Health, and Elder Affairs. The recommended appropriation is $5.6 million, which is about a 6% increase. The largest shift you can see is under the administration area, where it's a 34% change as a result of transfers of certain positions between public health and administration, including contract positions in the medical director, as well as a recovery coach. And there is one regrade in elder affairs related to the regrade of a support technician.
Okay. Any questions, Councilor Rosen? Followed by Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair, regarding the senior center, where I've proudly volunteered for about the last 20 years, and certainly one of the best, I don't know if we call it departments, but certainly one of the best facilities in the entire city of Worcester family. And it saves lives. I mean, I've been there 20 years. I know it saves lives, keeps people healthy. A lot of them have lost their friends, they've lost their relatives, and they come up there once, twice, 5 times a week and, you know, participate in so many different programs and activities, physical activities, the gym now, the workout center, and dance classes and speakers and lunch, and it goes on, trips and so on. So it certainly is a great, great facility, and I know everyone on this council and the administration is proud of it, and as we should be. It's a great, great facility. Just one question. I'm on page, I guess, 261, and I'm looking at the consultants. Now, again, I've been there for 20 years, and I look at the consultants, and I keep thinking, who are these consultants? So that's at, you know, 340, almost 348,000. And for some reason, even though I've been there for so many years, I can't picture who the consultants are. So,
Mr. McGurthy?
I probably know them as a different name.
Commissioner?
Through the chair to the council, thank you for the question. My understanding is the consultants are primarily dedicated towards the gym that runs on the first floor of the senior center, as well as the St. Paul's outreach services to elderly. So those are the 2 line items that are covered by the consulting fees.
Oh, okay, so that's the relatively new, the last couple of years, the workout center, I guess, that's where they, okay, that's why I wasn't that familiar with them. And maybe through the chair to, maybe this is for the manager, when we talk about public health, and again, I did serve 4 years on the Worcester Board of Health, so I'm familiar with that department and many of the things they do. And our public health department, even though we've had changes over the last few years in some of our personnel, they do a great job on a daily basis. So another department that we are very proud of. I just wanted to know, because I was on the Board of Health, and they had a recent meeting, and I had filed an order months ago. I think we all supported it. We had a good discussion about it, and that was about the Noah Mesco business on Lower Pleasant Street, right next to the Creed. The Noah Mesco people had talked to the owners, minority-owned, female-owned. They talked to the Department of Public Health to find out what they had to do, I guess, to open a smoking bar, to add that to their business. And they were told to put in a ventilation system like you really need in that type of a smoking bar business. And they did that, I think, for about $65,000. Then later on, they were told by Department of Public Health, and I believe also by the Board of Health, that they were too close. They were too close to another smoking bar right next door. I certainly wish that they had been told that before they put in the expensive $65,000 worth of equipment that they needed for a smoking bar, for the smoking bar they weren't allowed to have. But I noticed that, maybe it was last month, the Board of Health, probably under the direction of the Department of Public Health too, their advice, they changed some of their rules, and through the chair to the city manager, so is Noah Mesco going to eventually be able to have their smoking bar, the one they spent so much money on ventilation, even though they're right next door to another smoking bar, Creed? I think that it was the Board of Health, and I was on that at the time. I didn't vote in favor of this, but if they moved 500 feet up the street, they could do it. I mean, that's less than a tenth of a mile. So Noah Mesco says, right where you are, even though you put $65,000 worth of equipment in, you can't have your smoking bar. But go up the street, Pleasant Street, 500 feet, less than a tenth of a mile, and you can. I thought that was ridiculous. We need businesses downtown. We need minority-owned businesses, female-owned businesses. Downtown's a whole different story than Tatnick Square or Grafton Hill or, Union Hill. So, again, through the chair, to make a long question short, is Noah Mesco going to have the business they already invested in?
Mr. Manager?
Yeah, through the chair to the council, to answer the question directly, they will be eligible as part of the new regulations that we've submitted to the Board of Health They have voted for them. There's actually, they voted to advertise the ordinance. They would have to come back to finalize that vote. They would be eligible, according to the new regulations, Nemesco will be eligible to receive an actual license for operating within the current facility. Now, I think just to go back a little bit about Nemesco's situation, when they requested advisement from the inspectional services team in terms of what they needed to do if they wanted to do hookah, et cetera, in their lounge, they were instructed and told in terms of what are the needs and what are the things they needed to improve, including the air ventilation system. What happened was throughout the time and through after they developed this, they realized they never had applied to the Board of Health for approval on the license to have a smoking bar. That was never something that they had done. And so they had done the work without applying to the actual license. And then when they applied for the license, they were denied. And so, again, I think that was a kind of interesting situation that happened there. But based on the new regulations that we've proposed to the Board of Health, based on the conversations and the vote they just took, the regulations have been advertised, and based on the new regulations, Nemesco will be eligible to receive a license.
Through the chair to the manager, that's very good news, and I congratulate the administration and the Department of Public and Human Services and the Board of Health for changing those rules to allow Noah Mescal to have that smoking bar right where they're located. And you mentioned that they really hadn't done the right application process, even though they had put in certain equipment. So through the chair to the Commissioner of Public Health, I think it's important. This is one thing I saw often during my 4 years in the Board of Health. I don't think we do a good enough job educating people who need to be permitted by the City of Worcester, by the Board of Health. We just don't educate. There's too many people who think that they talk to the right person, they got the right answers, they got all the information, and that's not always so. So I think it's important in the future. I know you're new to the position, and we welcome you to Worcester and to the Department of Public Health. We're thrilled to have you with us. And as you work with your staff, if they can just try a little harder to make sure that these business owners, who may not be that astute when it comes to some of our policies, that they get educated and they know all the information. The Noah Mescal wasn't the first one. There's been a few others that I remember dealing with, and I felt bad for the people who invested in certain equipment, and even one person bought a new location on Chandler Street, and then came in front of the Board of Health, and no, you're too close to another business up the street. And after he bought the building, it was just too late. He owned the building. So, yeah, maybe that was bad business on his part, but we have to do a better job educating potential business owners. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to echo Councilor Rosen's comments and thank appreciation to the Board of Health and the leadership there. I also know that from day one, the city manager was invested in doing what's right in terms of public health and what's right in terms of the business side. So appreciate the work that was put in by the manager and his team as well. And just for public purposes, that particular situation that's referenced is an adult-only establishment. Some of the concerns that had arisen as related to young folks and the like was not applicable. So the flexibility is appreciated. I also want to extend a thank you on behalf of everyone to Mayor Petty, who authored a letter in support of this change. I did as well. That was sent to the appropriate stakeholders, including the licensing folks and the public health folks. So a lot of good work to get it right. So we give kudos where kudos are warranted. As it relates to our newly appointed Commissioner Seema Dixit, and I know we're also doing Public Health Division with Nikisha Nixon, the acting director, And I just wanted to say for the record, this is, for me, is one of the most important departments in the city. You talk about economic development, you talk about marketing, you talk about the needs of a very diverse city, a city who's has some challenges as it relates to the socioeconomic statuses of a lot of folks that live here and the related health disparities at play, in addition to the health disparities in certain parts of the city based on past redlining and the like. There's so many implications here that we're talking about. And this particular department is charged by mission and vision to do a lot. And I've said this for the last few years, one of the lowest funded departments in the city. I'm going to reissue the challenge that I made a few weeks ago, that I made last year. I'm going to make it again to the city manager. And that is that we increase the capacity of this department. I know that there's an additional position of recovery coach, it looks like, unless it was switched from somewhere, that is in play. And as I've stated previously, if you look at the eye test for some of the social ills that are at play here in the city of Worcester, this department is on the front lines intersecting with our community partners, because we know as a city, we don't have the funds, we don't have the resources to solve those social ills and those challenges. However, we do have an ability to engage in reorganization of departments, looking at vacancies and the like over the past few years. And I'm going to repeat the call for the administration to do exactly that. We can't continue to have an uptick in the unsheltered population, folks with dual diagnoses, folks with challenges, unsheltered homelessness, the elders who need to age with dignity, and that population often becoming increasingly homeless, not just in Worcester, but beyond. And then you have our youth. You have our youth. The mission that this department is required to and asked, envisioned to execute involves public health and safety, supporting individuals and families with mental health and substance abuse, reducing overdoses, minimizing harm, reducing youth violence rates throughout the city, and collaboratively with community partners, implementing initiatives that empower youth, and establishing mentoring programs. It's a lot. When you look at all of the things that have to go in that, increasing outreach to the unhoused individuals and coordinating with service providers, it's an important charge. And just recently, as we know, days ago, we had some folks on our common engaging in harm to one another, a second occurrence that happened within that particular collective group. And we have to invest. This is very important. We're either going to invest in this department or we're going to react and respond with suppression by law enforcement of these populations that are challenged. So what is it? Are we going to increase and increase staffing here, or are we going to pay overtime there in suppression of this population? I maintain that we need a few more social workers here, additional recovery coaches, and I've called for data collection that I've yet to see. Mr. Chairman, through the chair, one of the things that has been, as relates to substance misuse of our youth, is vaping. I work with the manager and his division of youth operations and the Rec Worcester to implement a anti-vaping curriculum that was provided by Forest Grove students that happened a couple of summers ago, at least a couple of summers in a row. And through the chair to the administration, was there any costs for that implementation, and is it still occurring, or is it going to occur? This is an ongoing issue in our public schools and with our youth, through the chair.
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council. My understanding is the vaping, anti-vaping education, community, and youth prevention effort is still ongoing through 2 different programs at the Department of Public Health. One is through the Tobacco Control Community Coordination efforts, as well as through the Youth Prevention HOPE program, which is a grant the Department of Public Health has received to encourage and foster positive behavior in the youth in the city, and one of them is anti-vaping. So it is still ongoing.
Thank you. And through the chair to the administration, as it relates to these positions, there's 28 in HHS organization chart. There's another, I think, 24 perhaps in the public, or 20-something in the public health division. Elder affairs, it looks like there's 12. Are we at full capacity? You can just speak to those divisions specifically, and what the capacity, recruitment, and retention is like, through the chair.
Mr. Manager? Commissioner?
Through the chair, we do have a few vacancies currently that we are actively recruiting for. In response to your comment about education, as well as Councilman Rosen's comment about the need for education and communication, we do have a communication position requested in the next year's budget for that exact reason, for HHS to conduct more of communication and education efforts through all our programs. So that's a position you will notice in the budget, but we currently have 4 vacancies that we are actively recruiting for through HHS.
Thank you. And, we've had a bit of fluidity as it relates to a couple of the positions here in this department. In those positions specifically, I'm wondering if what was the cost savings that occurred in the Department of Public Health as it relates to the fluidity there in positions. I know, I don't know if it was the Director of Public Health, or the Deputy Director, or the Assistant Commissioner. We've had some fluidity. Folks are no longer working here. So I'm just wondering what was the fiscal impact of that, of not having to pay those salaries, through the chair.
Through the chair, because of our incorporation of a vacancy factor within the budget, the vacancies that we did experience actually exceeded the factor that we put in, meaning we actually need to transfer funding into the department to cover some of the vacancy, the kind of overruns that happened in salaries. So ultimately, there were no real savings. There were, but they were overset by other costs within salaries.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I challenge the city manager to continually, this particular term, this particular fiscal year, this particular calendar year, to increase even more the staffing of these departments, particularly HHS, as relates to the work that needs to be done, so that we do not end up somehow criminalizing populations, picking folks up on minor warrants. There's a frustration out there that folks want to see responsiveness from the city. And part of that needs to be informed by the data that we collect amongst these folks that we are already familiar with. Through the chair to the administration, is there any monies allocated toward that data retention that we've talked about, the prior commissioner talked about, and what does that look like, through the chair?
Mr. Mayor, Commissioner?
Can I request you to repeat the last part of the question?
Thank you. So there's been prior requests for data collection of the unsheltered population and folks who are perhaps chronically unsheltered, situationally unsheltered, et cetera, and a qualitative database pertaining to a number of factors that speak to their experience, to be used perhaps for grants, to be used perhaps for efficacy of servicing those folks. And a secondary question to that is, as it relates to the positions in this department, What's the number of positions that are funded partially or fully by grants? And what is the financial specifics related to that through the chair? So question first to Dr. Dixon, or Commissioner Dix, Commissioner, and the second one to the CFO through the chair.
Commissioner?
Through the chair to the council, we currently have a part-time epidemiologist evaluator who is dedicated to collecting data on the homeless population, in addition to the HMIS database, which is housed at CMHA through the state, which collects significantly most of the data in the city related to homelessness. So they have that big database, and we have a part-time epidemiologist who additionally collects some more indicators and sees the overlap between substance abuse, behavioral health issues, and the homeless populations and the sites in the city. So we do have dedicated part-time of a position to do that effort, and we'll be happy to provide what we have seen so far.
Thank you. And is there also a qualification of the systemic barriers as it relates to the work that's being done and the resources that are needed to effectively be engaged with this population?
Through the chair to the council, there will always be a need of resources in terms of staffing to further analyze the data that is collected. But at this point, I believe we have sufficient data between the HMIS database as well as what has been collected so far for us to make some conclusions looking at what is happening and where the cross connections are between substance abuse, behavioral issues, as well as homelessness in the city.
Thank you. CFO, through the chair.
Through the chair, for the question as to how many positions are grant funded,
Partially
in
or
whole in
fully?
part,
Yeah.
it's 11 positions.
Out of how many?
Out of a total. Sorry, 28 related to HHS alone. Of those positions, it's 3 different grant programs: the emergency shelter grant, opioid funding, and the consumer aid program, for a total of $332,000. I will point out those funds would not show up in the budget numbers since they are grant funding rather than tax levy. So that's additional funds on top of the budget that are going into this department.
And you said 28 HHS positions? Out of how many? Oh, you're talking about the whole? Okay. For the whole? Okay. 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 So 28 total.
Through the chair, no, the number, it sounds like it's in the 60s?
Correct.
Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
60s for all of the divisions: HHS, Public Health, Elder Services, Youth, and Veterans.
There's 60 total positions, you're saying?
It's in the 60s. I don't have the
Right,
exact number.
60s. And out of those, 28 are grant funded?
But through the chair, no, out of those, 11 are grant funded.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And so there's an additional 300,000.
Sorry, because I apologize, we're pulling from different data sets. That 11 relates just to the HHS grant-funded positions, so it doesn't include public health grant-funded positions, veterans that might have some grant association, youth, et cetera.
All right, if we can just get a report back on that to save time, and also the numbers related to that. And it sounds like that's going to come in addition to whatever's here. Is that right, for the budget? Or is that
Through the
included
chair.
in this recommended appropriation?
Through the chair
Commissioner.
to the council, if I may just clarify
Sure.
what the CFO was trying to say is HHS as a total has 61 positions, ideally, of which different divisions of HHS have a combination of grant funding and tax levy. Some are higher on the grant funding and some are lower on the grant funding. But we can get you the exact numbers. So what the CFO was referring to were the 11 positions under HHS admin itself, but DPH is more grant heavy. And that 24 number, there are about 15 positions which are partly or fully grant funded, but we can get you the exact numbers.
Thank you. I like
The
it.
total HHS staffing is 61.
Thank you so much. That would be extremely helpful, Mr. Chairman. By way of report, I'd like to see that, if we could, before we take the final vote. You know, I think that, you know, it's, well, I would just like the report. And, you know, the question I have to the chair, so when we look at the overall budget and it has the pie with the breakdown per department, does that include the grant funding that we just referenced? I think it does.
Through the chair, no, it does not.
Oh.
And that's part of the challenge where the budget is the budget of tax levy. So grants, when we talk about percentages of the budget, it's really relating to percentages of the tax levy, which is what makes HHS, public health, and those departments that are heavily grant funded or have some grant component difficult to compare against other departments because a large percentage of their funding may be off budget. It's through that grant. I'm just looking at page 255 of the budget book. You can see public health. And while it doesn't break it down by individual staff, you can see here there's
255, 253.
255, page 255.
Okay.
Is the grant-related funding sources for the Division of Public Health alone. And you can see in public health alone, there's $1.3 million of grant funds also going into the department, separate and apart from the budget, the tax levy budget dollars. So what you see as a portion of the budget does not truly represent what the department is as a portion of overall city funding.
Okay.
And through the chair, just to add a little bit.
1.3 million.
This budget, I've seen a 5% increase just alone in this budget. This department has seen a 125% increase in the last 10 years. And so when we look the overall budget for Health and Human Services, which is at $5.6 million, outside of the fact that that's not taking into consideration the amount of grants that they receive, it is not one of the lowest in the city. It's actually one that's probably on the higher end, with the exception of Public Works, Police, and Fire. Economic development is much lower than this. Sustainability is lower than this. I mean, the list goes on. And so it is one of the budgets that I think has been a huge intentional effort, not only from the administration, but also from the council in making sure that we properly fund this department overall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we could get a breakdown of that by way of a motion, again, for the public, my statements in that regard that I've made consistently is based on the information and the pie chart that's been provided to the council in preparation for budget, going back to the prior administration under Ed Augustus. So I appreciate the additional information that's separate on a different page for funding sources. But we can get that broken down by department as well. It'd be great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We got Council Balata.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the department for their work. My main questions I had are regarding. I'm going to go through the different objectives. Starting on page 236, just curious, what is Rec Worcester doing to engage and make sure that the youth work in the city and that the youth programs are fully inclusive? So my main question is, what is Rec Worcester doing to ensure that young adults and youth with disabilities are being included in the positive youth development curriculum?
Commissioner?
Through the chair to the council. It is, the Rec Worcester is an all-inclusive program, and they do have a component in their curriculum as well as their recruitment focusing on disabilities. In fact, we are just getting the policies reviewed through our DI office to ensure that they are up to date and that to look at ways to communicate to have disabled population apply for Worcester Rec to be participants this year as well.
Okay, thank you. So right now, are there any youth with disabilities working in Rec Worcester or that are part of any of the, the youth mentorship leader program, Rec Worcester, Are there any youth with disabilities engaged with any of these programs?
Commissioner?
Through the chair to the council, I will have to check and report back to you on the exact numbers between, that we have, but I am most certain that that is a part of the curriculum as well as the communication for recruitment. But I will
Okay, I
report back to
appreciate
you.
it. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. And again, I think it's great that we have this program, but I want to reiterate that it's really important that this program be fully inclusive, and youth with disabilities experience a lot of exclusion, or not intentionally, but there is a lot of folks, young adults and children being siloed and things like that. So I think it's important to try and make this as inclusive as possible moving forward. And then moving on to increase outreach to unhoused individuals. Appreciate the department's efforts on this, and certainly no small task. I know Evis and Richie are always out there doing good work. And I think just some of the numbers referenced in objective in reference number 4.2, 136 individuals have accessed detox. As of April of 2026, the outreach team has reported 973 client engagements. It's just important work that they're doing, and it's definitely needed. I want to publicly, ask that other folks that are in the community, like St. John's Food for the Poor, work with the city, to provide the really full scope of services that are needed to help the population. And again, I want to say that I appreciate the city's work on this. So that's all I have on this department. Appreciate the work, and thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Okay, Councilor Bergman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to be brief.
Please.
Through the chair, first of all, I'd like to welcome Commissioner Dixit. It's good to meet you finally, and of course, we welcome you here, and I just have a few questions. Through the chair to the commissioner, are you seeing any increase, or do you have a sense that there's an increase in the unhoused population in reference to either veterans or senior citizens over time? Is that changing?
Anecdotally, the increase in seniors has been noticed by outreach workers. We don't exactly have data that we are looking into, but anecdotally, it has been documented that about 55 and senior homeless populations is on the rise.
So my comment to that, I don't necessarily have to ask a question on it, is that, I'm certainly open to suggestions about how to address better what's a nationwide problem, which is homelessness. And I think any community's got a monopoly on the solution. I think a lot of communities are trying, and we continue to try. I'm certainly open-minded about it. But one thing that I've brought up before, and a colleague or two has brought up, is that I have a challenge with the budgeting of assisting our unhoused population when our communities surrounding us don't do their share. And I know there's a fundamental disagreement with some of my colleagues on this council about that. They're gonna say, well, every person who lives in Worcester should be cared for, and I agree. But when I take a senior citizen who was born in Worcester, worked their whole life in Worcester, raised their family in Worcester, retired in Worcester, had a health emergency or financial emergency, lost their housing, and they're now unhoused, and we have a budget that's limited. Let's be realistic. Our budget is limited. We don't have endless dollars. I have a very hard time saying that you're not going to get any more attention than the person that was told from Leicester or Paxton or one of the surrounding towns, Holden, go to Worcester, they have more services. I have a fundamental problem with not taking care of people from Worcester first. That doesn't mean I don't care about the people in the surrounding towns. What it does mean is we have limited assets, a limited opportunity to help people. And for those of us who think that we have endless dollars and we can help everybody from every community, I say, number one, that's unrealistic. And I say that number two, that's telling the community surrounding us that you can disregard your responsibility because Worcester's going to take it on for you, and I have a problem with that. Now, that's no disrespect or criticism of your office or how the city runs. You know, it's budget allocation, it's just an observation that, you know, it's unfortunate. I wish we had endless money to help everybody, but we don't, and I'm not surprised. And I also would not be surprised if the veteran population is also increasingly unhoused for a variety of reasons. And I would also just add this, that the population of Worcester continues to rise, and with the population continuing to rise, not everybody that comes here is going to be in a position to be housed, and we have to be aware of those challenges. So the strain on the budget today may be a lot more in the future when the population increases. One more subject I just wanted to touch upon, and then I'll hand it over to whoever else my colleagues want to ask questions. In your list of goals and objectives and strategy, I see a commitment to reducing youth crime, and I commend you for that. I think that's incredibly important. One of the things I didn't see, and I don't know if it's strategic or not, through the chair to the commissioner, is I don't see any alignment with any programs for the Worcester Police Department. And I do think there's definitely value in that, and whether it's through basketball or sports programming or other things that can be done. I see lots of organizations that the youth will be aligned with to try to reduce crime, but it seems to me almost a no-brainer that aligning specific programs to the police department, and maybe I missed it, so through the chair, the commissioner. Do you have any comments or thoughts on that?
I do want to validate your earlier comment about homelessness as well, which is a complicated issue. As far as crime...
You said validate, right?
Yes.
I appreciate that, thank you.
Through the chair to the council, regarding the youth crime programs, through our Department of Youth Opportunities, we currently implement 2 active programs through state funding. One is under the title of Shannon Funding, in honor of late...
Could you speak right into the microphone a little bit better?
Yes. So one is the Shannon program, and the other is SSY, where effort is made to work with community partners with the specific focus of reducing youth crime and youth violence. So those are 2 initiatives, and we just have put out a request for proposals or a letter of intent from community agencies to work on those. We partner with Worcester Police to work on CIT, which also caters to youth who are in need. We have, since I have come on board, we have started a regular routine of meeting with the sheriff's office and the DA's office to see where there is an overlap between our efforts and theirs. And we are planning, or rather working, and have had a couple of meetings on a diversion to care program for youth, for those youth who may be vulnerable, to coach them, to guide them, to possibly direct them towards nonviolent behaviors, and redirect them towards positive and meaningful use of their time, along with the youth initiatives that our Department of Youth Opportunities does with after school and other projects.
Thank you. I appreciate the answer. I know you can't include a description of everything you're doing, so obviously I'm glad to hear it. And continue the good work, and look forward to getting to know you better. And of course, Mr. Arriaga and I know each other quite well, so good to see you too, Alex. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I am going home at midnight tonight, no matter what. So, Councilor
you
Ojeda,
are.
I am. Councilor Ojeda is here next, followed by Councilor Toomey, followed by Councilor Mitra.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, just told me get moving quick. Just on 1.3, mentioning the providing overdose reports to the Health and Human Services team to inform public health strategies and response efforts. Do you have those the locations of some of these overdose reports? Is it a higher population in certain parts of the city?
Yes, we do. We do.
Okay. Would you be able to provide that?
Yes, we will get back to you.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on, 2.2. Once again, similar question. You mentioned collaborated with community partners to provide more mobile response and direct healthcare services. Again, what were the main healthcare services provided? Is that something that you could just mention to now, or something that we would have to get a report on?
Through the chair to the council, did you say 2.2?
Yes,
Okay. Just give me a minute here.
where it says collaborated with community partners to provide mobile response and direct healthcare services to individuals' need, furthering aligning community-based resources for maximum impact. So my question is, what were the main healthcare services provided?
Through the chair to the council, these were our smaller grants that we funded 9 different community partners through our opioid settlement dollars, and they, each of them had to fulfill one of the best practices, at least one of the best practices for opioid and overdose harm reduction. That could be harm reduction such as educating them, preventing them from access to overdose as much as we can, connecting them to care, providing naloxone and Narcan to avoid fatalities and overdose effects, providing support services such as sheltering in some cases or other support services to avoid them from falling into relapse as well as substance abuse, and to prevent any fatalities or morbidity related to overdose. So that particular 2.2 is related to the opioid and overdose funding and the grants that we gave community partners.
Okay, maybe, thank you. That was really good information. I guess I'm just, where it says healthcare services to individuals in need. So there was a, I guess I just want to know what healthcare services were provided to individuals in need when there was a mobile response that showed up to a response that was needed. So what type of services was it? Was it the use of Narcan? Was it the use of was there was there an overdose? Was there an issue with alcohol, whatever it may be?
It was a combination of substance abuse,
Okay.
behavioral health, as well
Thank
as
you.
overdose
Okay.
health issues that healthcare services were provided when those individuals were identified through
Perfect.
those community agencies.
Thank you. Also, it says on 3.1, HSS recovery coaches engaged in knock and talk program to provide essential response to individuals who struggle with substance use orders. Again, can you just explain a little bit of what that looked like, and again, what area of the city was this mainly? Was there a target for this, or was just throughout the city?
Commissioner?
Through the chair to the council, this program was the in-house recovery coaches in the Health and Human Services. They work very closely with Worcester Police as well as with community partners, and they are not limited to any specific areas of the city, but they go where when they get a call, wherever they are needed. For example, there was a request few weeks ago.
Can you talk
from
right into the microphone, please?
There was a request a few weeks ago of having active presence at a food pantry, because there was a huge congregation of individuals who were needed to be outreached to and in need of services, and that's where the team went, and they are documenting how many folks they're reaching out to. So it was not limited to any specific part of the city. The reason it was walk and talk is it was also reaching out to individuals on the street and seeing if they're ready for any services, and then trying to connect them to care, whatever their needs may be.
All right, thank you. Moving on, I guess due to time, we'll move on to 7.2. I guess I think there's a lot of questions I have. I guess we'll just set up a meeting, maybe have some one-on-one conversations. 7.2, train, further down at the bottom, train 8 with WPS staff and HOPE framework to prevent youth substance use. What happens after this training? Is it expected that WPS staff is training their coworkers? Is it just specific to, again, a certain school? Can you just elaborate on that? And that'd be my last question.
Commissioner?
So through the chair to the council, the HOPE program is a grant that the Department of Public Health has received, and it has several objectives, including identifying and training youth in the Hope Positive framework to enable youth to think on their own, to do constructive activities, use of their time, and to be peer leaders and peer models in the community. That is one component of the grant. The other component of the grant is to use that model for a Train the Trainer program and select youth who are able to go and do the same curriculum if the need be in after-school programs or in community settings such as churches on the weekends and other potential areas. And the third component of it that the team has worked on is having a youth resiliency summit that took place in April as a part of that Hope Positive Framework grant as well, where they invited motivating speakers and got the youth to come together, and the youth were met, planned, decided, and presented how they would be positive role models in the community. So it has multiple facets to the program, ranging from outreach. So there's a component of parent education as well through some brochures, as well as reaching out to congregated youth, and then also some decision makers to come to those events.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Toomey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me just say that I completely appreciate and know the incredible amount of work that's being done by the department in all areas of the city, especially with our substance use disorder, our homelessness, et cetera. I know being a senior, you're doing great things at the senior center. I haven't had time to go up there to enjoy it, but I know that there's a lot of great things happening there, and they certainly do a great job. My colleague, Councilor Bergman, brought up the issue of folks that are coming from other places. And last year, I had filed an order, and I'd like to file it again through you, Mr. Chair, that the city manager be and is hereby requested to provide the council with a report regarding the steps the city needs to take to initiate a Central Massachusetts Substance Use Disorder and Mental Health Fund. Such fund should be a pooled intermunicipal fund requiring proportional financial contributions from Worcester and surrounding cities and towns in Central Mass to support coordinated long-term solutions to the crisis. Example, housing, treatment, mobile outreach, public health infrastructure in the city of Worcester and surrounding areas. Further, request city manager, request city solicitor provide council with a report concerning whether any legal or legislative pathways such as a home rule petition or state enabling legislation is necessary to implement the fund. It was adopted in council, and I don't think we got the report back, so if we could do that and explore any possible opportunities, that would be helpful.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you
you.
for all the hard work you do.
Thank you, Dr. Mitra. Councilor Mitra?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the Commissioner Dixit. First of all, welcome to the City Hall and the Public Health Department here, Human and Health Services. We welcome you here and are looking forward to work together with you. Before I ask a couple of questions that I have, if you wouldn't mind to give us a little bit of a background of where you came from, with what background, just in few couple lines that what you were doing before, just to give an idea, introduction.
Through the chair to the council, thank you for the welcome. I have spent approximately 28 years working in health and public health. Specifically, I worked with the Mass Department of Health, started there, and spent about 22 years at the Rhode Island Department of Health in different departments, all of the departments actually, and left the Department of Health as a deputy commissioner for the state. So my entire career has been public health.
Wonderful, and we're very happy and lucky to have you with such an impressive background. Couple of things that I just want to see, your vision, your view with respect to the objectives that you have given for the unhoused people, to show them the pathway to have the house, some roof over their head. What's your strategic planning for that? And also for the elderly people that you have said that we're going to have about 10,000 trained jobs for these elderly people. And what is the steps that you're going to take to get them some, workforce capacity?
Through the chair to the council, regarding your first question about vision related to homelessness in the city of Worcester, which is a fairly universal problem on the rise. Given my 15-week tenure in the city, I have looked at the data. I have met all the major service providers in the city, as well as several community partners. And if I had to articulate a vision for managing this issue, I would not, I'm hesitant to say solving this issue, knowing the depth and the magnitude of it. But I think I would consider it to be a success if, using my role and the Department of Health and Human Services, I am able to facilitate better coordination, collaboration, and communication within all the services that the city provides through its various shelter capacities that are utilized, through its various services that are provided for different populations, including behavioral health, substance abuse, food pantries, vet shelters, and all of the services that are provided. If I could utilize our staff, our team, to better facilitate them working with each other to optimize and ensure that we can provide as much as we can as a city. I think that would help us move the needle a little bit on homelessness.
I understand it's a tough task, but thanks for the approach. And about the workforce development?
I believe the workforce development, I actually did have a conversation with our Elder Affairs Director, Amy Waters, and about how many of the individuals who come to the Elder Affairs have an interest in contributing, as well as continuing their interest in working and earning a paycheck. And I believe we are setting up a meeting with Mass Hire to see what can be done. And I think, if I'm not wrong, it was probably Cambridge or another city that we want to look into as what they have done. But it's on the list.
Wonderful. Well, thank you again, and anything we can do, we're there with you to help the city and help all our veterans and all the elderly people, youth services. So it's a kind of very important position and important department to take charge, and we're lucky that you have with that strong background, and I'm sure we're looking forward to a great beginning and a great run future. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Motions to approve? Approve the motions that were made first? Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Bellata?
Yes.
Councilor Economou?
Yes.
Councilor Rizzolo?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Mitra?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rosen?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, motions to approve the budget. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Bellata?
Yes.
Councilor Economou?
Yes.
Councilor Rizzolo?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Abstain.
Councilor Mitra?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rosen?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, we have number 7, Administration and Finance. Okay. Everybody's up on that?
Mr. Chair, what page is that on?
It starts at 379. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The final department is Administration and Finance. I'm here with the Budget Director, Erin Taylor, representing this department. It's composed of 4 different divisions, plus debt service and pension obligation bonds are also captured under Administration and Finance. It is essentially a static budget. A&F, it's the reduction of one, A&F, which is actually the budget office, is a reduction of 1 full-time position, so it's a decrease of about 12% for an $880,000 recommended appropriation. Assessing is essentially a static budget of 1% change, 1.2 million. Treasurer and collector is about 2.4 million, which represents a 1% decrease, reflected mainly as a result mainly of the transfer of certain positions down to human resources as we look toward the transition of payroll from Treasury down to HR under the Workday HCM program. And then purchasing is an increase, 14% increase, 573,000, really due simply to the filling of positions that were vacant as we went into the FY26 budget. On debt service and principal and interest, and then pension obligation bonds, these are increases, 44.7 million of debt service, tax levy debt service, about a 4% increase, and then a $10 million pension obligation bond recommended appropriation, which is about a static increase, but about 1%.
Okay, any questions? Council King?
Thank you. If you could just speak to the purchasing numbers through Chair.
Through the chair. So when the budget was prepared and submitted for approval last time, we had a number of vacancies within the purchasing division. We filled those vacancies during the course of FY26. Do you have the numbers? But the change here is really that increase in actual funding necessary as a result of the filled positions.
Thank you. And through the Chair, the purchasing division, is there any intersection with the auditor's office?
Through the chair, at some level, all of the city departments interact or interface at some level with the auditor's department. It's critical to the financial operations of the city. The auditor looks for certain approvals from purchasing related to the opening of purchase orders, requisitions, but there's not a direct relationship in the sense that they are not often working directly in collaboration. It's more that they are steps within the whole procurement process of the city.
Thank you. Want to just say a thank you to the Office of the Treasurers, the Assessors, the Assessing Division, Sam Knesny, I think I said it right, and Francisco Hernandez. Certainly want to also say from the Committee on Education, the work that yourself and the Director Taylor, Aaron Taylor, and the information provided to us was extremely helpful as it relates to obligations that the city has and that the city manager has committed to over the years. Some of that work, as the city manager had previously mentioned, was unprecedented under his tenure. And again, it's an important budgetary aspect of all of this. The bond rating, as we continue to have challenges and the needs to access funding, and I'll make an order of this on a separate meeting given the late hour, but just quickly, as it relates to our abilities to gain loan authorizations, rescinding unnecessary authorizations, if you could speak to that. One of the questions I had previously in the budget hearing was during the police budget when we were talking about the monies that we were securing and accessing or issuing bonds for, or securing bonds for, pursuing bonds for, work on the roof, work on the facility. And I think the ASSA share might have been $3 million or $5 million, I'm not sure. We had requested maybe 1.1 million or so, or 3 million prior to that. And the questions I had asked was how much of that had we used? And as it relates to that specific item, we had not accessed all of the loan that was authorized, and then we're asking for more money. So in past years, I've asked about sort of that differential. But if you could speak to, on page 381, I know it's late, so I won't get into this too much tonight, maybe when he comes back. The policy about rescinding unnecessary loan authorizations in an effort to offset non-capital budget loan authorizations throughout the year, but also if you can speak to the process that you've engaged or embarked upon related to those loans, some going back many years that we never accessed for specific purposes through the chair. Maybe you can just explain that in regular terms for people who may tune in at some point.
Mr. McGurthy?
Through the chair, yes, and thank you. This is admittedly a complicated aspect of municipal finance and one that we work with departments on an annual basis to have them understand. The capital budget has two elements to it. It has loan authorizations and it has borrowing authorization. Loan authorization is essentially the city council's authorizing of a credit limit, that they're authorizing the city administration to go out and borrow money for certain identified purposes. The borrowing authority in the capital budget, however, is the city administration's intent to actually borrow funds within that year. There are large projects and equipment that the city might procure that, we treat them as capital projects that often go multiple years in order to complete a project. And for us to sign a contract that crosses multiple fiscal years, we need that full loan authorization in place. We may not draw on those funds each year, but the authorization needs to be there. As you referenced, one of our priorities is, in some cases, a project may receive loan authorization, but ultimately is not drawn down. We don't borrow against it due to one thing or another. It could be that the project has been completed at a lesser amount. It could be that there was a shift in priority. But what happens is that loan authorization continues to exist, and it serves as a liability on the city. When rating agencies and the like look at the city, they see us with this large credit limit. It's about $1 billion. And it is a risk factor in the sense that if we have loan authorization at any time, we could go out and borrow those funds and put the city in a very different financial situation. So we have a goal of drawing or rescinding loan authorization that we know is no longer needed. So at various points, what we've done is when we come to council off cycle, meaning off the budget process, with a new loan authorization, usually required for MSBA projects and the like, where we can, we bring in a rescindment of some other loan authorization. So at a minimum, we're not increasing our credit and therefore our risk as an organization. This year during the budget, one thing we have done too is you'll notice if you compare year over year, the actual authorization requested this year will be less than prior years, mainly because we've looked for outstanding loan authorizations that could be applied against current borrowing needs and tried to utilize them through this budget process. So it's an ongoing process to identify when is loan authorization no longer needed, when can we safely eliminate that authority from City Council, knowing that we have what we need to do the projects in front of us, but don't carry too much more of that creates that risk factor for rating agencies. You can see if you look at the water and sewer borrowing, in fact, within the FY27 capital budget, all of the borrowing is coming from prior year loan authorizations. So while we do need to borrow, there was sufficient prior year authorization that we could utilize, essentially burn up, and remove that liability off our books.
Thank you. Councilor King?
Yes, thank you. That was very helpful. I'll have some orders pertaining to that during regular council. Again, just want to commend you for the work that you're trying to do to increase the educational budget while working closely with the superintendent and that team to figure out how to reduce non-net school spending whenever possible. I look forward to that continued engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion to approve. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Bellotta?
Yes.
Councilor Economou?
Yes.
Councilor Rizzolo?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Mitra?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rosen?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay, we brings us to the end of the budget. So the process to go forward is to vote this out of finance and into city council. So we voted out of, this is the vote, we take this out of finance, both the operational budget and the capital budget, and move it into the council. The manager will provide reports next week that councils have asked for reports on the budget, and we still can go after, we still can do the budget next week. It's just taking it out of finance. You know, we still have some time left. I know there's some, so after we do the motions to recommend approval out of finance, we'll go back to the city council meeting. I know it's getting late and we have a 12 o'clock deadline. So if there's anything anybody has on the calendar that they want to talk about before midnight, just raise your hand. Otherwise, I think the motion is going to be on June 2nd, city council meeting. We'll recess this meeting to the next week because we have a lot of items, probably 3 or 4 or 5 hours worth of items. And so we'll start at 5 p.m. next week. And then we'll take next week's meeting, we'll merge it with on June 9th, we'll have a double calendar. Okay? So we'll get that to the second, but let's finish the budget. So the first motion is Communications City Manager recommend the approval of the fiscal year 2027 operating budget. Recommend approval. And this again goes into the city council meeting next week. We're not approving the budget, just taking it out of finance. Okay? Roll call.
Mr. Chairman, so the motion is to take it out of finance?
Yep.
Oh, my
And
Or is the motion to approve the budget?
it means the same thing. So it's approved the budget to take it out of finance. So we're not approving the budget. We can't approve the budget in here.
I'd offer a friendly amendment that we discharge it. If the language is that we're approving the budget in committee, I'll abstain, but if the motion is to...
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll just amend that to say, I'm tired. Discharge it out of the Finance Committee into the City Council. Roll call.
So, Mr. Mayor, just for clarification, it's going to be 8A, 9A, 9B, and 10A.
Yep, we'll do those collectively.
Includes the loan order for $43 million. Collectively, Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Bellata,
Yes.
Council Economo,
Yes.
Council Frizzola,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Mitra,
Yes.
Council Ojeda, Council Rivera,
Yes.
Council Rosen,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yeah, so the motion is to reconvene out of executive session into the Worcester City Council. Roll call.
So, Mr. Mayor, we also recess, well, actually, we adjourn finance and then start the city council.
So motion is adjourned from Finance?
Yep, adjourn from finance and then enter into city council.
Okay, and motion is adjourned from Finance? Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Bellata,
Yes.
Mr. McGurthy, thank you very
Council
much.
Economo,
Yes.
Council Fasolo,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council
Yes.
Mitra, Council Ojeda, Council Rivera,
Yes.
Council Rosen,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes.
So the motion now, yes, the motion now is to come back from executive session to the Worcester City Council meeting. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Bellata,
Yes.
Council Economo,
Yes.
Council Rizzolo,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Mitra,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Rivera,
Yes.
Council Rosen,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes, so if anybody has a, Council King had an item, Council Economo.
So motion to suspend the rules?
Yeah, we're just going to move, we can move I can move, as the chair, I can move it through the agenda. This 10Q?
Yeah, I'd like to take 10Q and 20A.
Okay. Let me get it, hang on one second. 10Q, request the city clerk conduct research related to financial commitments made by the Worcester City Council concerning the naming of parks and streets in any city after, was it Aries Ann Ward?
Ward.
A woman in the slavery in the North Carolina in 1862, who settled in Worcester, where she lived until her passing in 1959 at the age of 97. Council King, and the other one was what?
20A.
Are they related?
By the Ward family. It's a petition.
Okay, 28 petition. Gordon Ward requests that the playground at the Great Brook Valley be returned to the original name of Area and West Playground. What's
Thank
that?
you. Thank you,
We
Mr.
already
Chairman.
we already voted that one.
Yeah,
So,
okay, cool. So I just wanted to speak briefly on this, and I'd ask the clerk if they could queue up a quick audio visual before I begin. And just be given context, this particular matter was brought to my attention, and I have asked the Office of the City Clerk to do some research as it pertains to any commitments that the City of Worcester has made in the past by accessing archives and the like, related to commitments made to Aries and Ward. And before we begin the brief clip, I'll say that in the research that I've done, and the clerk has done some preliminary, we'd like to get a report back by next council, we're able to determine that there was some action. We're trying to determine the extent of it. There was a very famous show called This Is Your Life, back when there was only a couple of TV stations. It was a nationwide show. And Aries Ann Ward was a former slave who moved to Worcester with her family. I would encourage folks to go to YouTube and look it up. In addition to that, there's a small clip that we're not going to play of someone who comes to council offer, Adela Hazard, at the age of 7, is in this as well. And it really speaks to the Worcester community. And when folks reached out to me, they indicated that they have, in their experience, come to understand that the park down off Mountain Street, Greater Brook Valley, was set and to be named after Aries Ann Ward. There was a concern that there would be an erasure of Black history if we were to rename it for someone else. So the most prudent thing to do was to try to gather further details. In doing that, we were sent this clip. In this clip, it shows, or what's represented as a commitment from former Mayor O'Brien back in the days to rename Laurel Street after this woman. And in addition to that, the naming of the park and the playground off of Mountain Street. So we can roll this just for a few minutes, like for a minute or so, and I'll let you know when to stop. Mr. Clerk, can you hear it? As they try to figure out the volume, I will add that Aries Ann Ward was known for her civic engagement in the city. Her life is documented by the Worcester Historical Museum, I've come to learn. And so I think there's a way through this. It's my understanding that on June 11th, this particular item to rename the park after Roberto Clemente is already in play. We've taken some action on the council as regards to that. I'll again call for a pause in all of that. So are we ready, Mr. Clerk?
Through the chair to the council, we have the video, but I don't know about the sound.
Okay.
But I can try it one more time.
You gotta turn up the volume, it says. Yeah.
Mic on the laptop.
Music. And Prell also has a complete film of tonight's program for you. I'll leave this here so you can get it. And so that you can show that film to all your friends, thank you, Bob, we'd like to present you with a 16-millimeter Bell & Howell sound projector and camera, too. There's the camera over there, right, Bob? Now, Mrs. Ward, we've been told by none other than the Honorable James O'Brien, Mayor of the great city of Worcester, Massachusetts, that you are most certainly one of its most honored and beloved citizens. And so, in your honor, Laurel Street in Worcester, Massachusetts, will no longer be called Laurel Street, but upon a resolution of the entire city council, will henceforth be called Aries Ann Ward Street. Unfortunately, the children of Worcester have always been your first and primary concern. Now, the new playground in the Great Brook Valley Gardens will henceforth be known as the Aries Ann Ward Playground, too, as a lasting tribute to your kindness and understanding and love of children. And to help provide the much-needed equipment for this playground, our sponsor, Prell Shampoo, together with Mr. Don R. Grimes, president of the more than 6,000 IGA food stores from coast to coast, throughout the United States and Canada, as part of IGA's Community Builder program, are sending a check in the amount of $1,000
Okay, we can
to
pause.
Mayor O'Brien for this.
Council.
So, Mr. Chairman, the folks, the family have represented that there's the reality that this particular location was named after Aries Ann Ward. I think we need some further reports on that so that we can verify. We also know that some time ago, Ray Mariano took some steps to have a plaque in lieu of a street naming for Aries Ann Ward that was documented on the local Boston media back then. So we would like that explored. I'd like to amend this to also include to explore with the family a honorary street dedication as well over on Laurel Street for her. Mr. Chairman, as you know, Thomas Doughton, who's also a descendant, great-grandmother, his great-grandmother, and Mr. Ward's great-grandmother, documented Black history and established the Black History Trail here. If there's any ability to avoid any erasure of Black history, that would be great. And in addition to that, would like to really do some research here so we can verify and validate the concerns that have been brought forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So send that to the clerk. Council Ojeda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be quick. Yeah, I agree. We got. We'll I'm pretty sure as a council we'll figure this out. Sorry, it's late. We'll figure this out. I know a few weeks ago I was excited because I have a lot of family history there. But for me, it's a win-win. My niece and nephew are actually wards as well, Tasia and Jose. So they're grandchildren of Nuji, who was a former police officer in the city, ward. So it's a win-win for us either way. So, but like I said, I know the city manager, all of us, we'll figure it out. So I want to make sure the families know that we'll do what's right. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Bergman.
Really quickly, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to offer a motion that DPW, or particularly I should say DPW, our Parks Department, in collaboration with our clerk's office, review as many orders as they can over the past whatever number of years we keep records. I mean, it's unfortunate that this happened. It really is. I'm not blaming anyone. I mean, several weeks ago, everybody was excited about naming a Roberto Clemente field, and people are asking that representatives of the family come, and now we see clearly that representations were made decades ago to the Ward family, and particularly Mrs. Ward, that the field would be named after her. It's not the first time. I myself got caught up on the ice skating rink over on Lake Ave, where I wanted to name it one thing, and then it turned out there may have been some past history. So the motion would be to try to coordinate our record keeping with our Parks Department so that if ideas like this come forward again in the future, we're safe, that we're not upsetting either side or creating a new problem. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Council King.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I certainly accept the friendly amendment. I will say that this is the importance of archiving. Clerk's office is tasked with that. I know they've taken this seriously. I know they've taken, and they do actually have some information that they're going to bring forward. It was so long ago, but there is some information I think that'll be helpful towards this end. My understanding that Roberto Clemente Field is not impacted by this. I don't know if there was any official designation that way, or if it was, or what that process was like. But we can certainly, reestablish that as a council if it comes to that, and continue to enjoy that history as well. So I look forward to working with the family. And again, my amendment as well was regarding the potential street naming, honorary street naming of Laurel Street, if that's the will of the family. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. This nice work that we did the research, Council King. So The clerk's office too? Yeah. Okay, so with the motions, send that to the clerk. Roll call.
Council Bergman? Yes. Council Bellotta?
Yes.
Council Economo?
Yes.
Council Rizzolo?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Mitra?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rosen?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, let's do the finance items real quick. That's number 22.35. On page, well, my pages might be different than yours, on page 22.
22.3?
22.35A through E, 22.36A through F, 22.37A through D. Councilor Rivera? No,
No,
all set?
mine was on something else. It's
Okay.
fine.
All set, we can do a roll call? Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Bellotta?
Yes.
Council Economo?
Yes.
Council Rizzolo?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Mitra?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rosen?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Anybody else have anything else? Everybody else?
I just
Councilor
want to
Rivera?
know,
Councilor Rizzolo too?
is it possible to, I don't know if we did it already, 7A, can we send that to Public Safety Committee?
Which one?
7A?
7A?
Yeah.
Okay, 7A, send to public safety, roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Bellotta?
Yes.
Council Economo?
Yes.
Council Rizzolo?
Yes.
Council King?
7A, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Council Mitra?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rosen?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Council Rizzolo? D?
26D?
Communication City Manager by Council with the report concerning the current pothole repair operations. Council Rizzolo?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. I know that we've discussed potholes at length over the last few months. During our last discussion on them, I believe we left the issue at there would be 2 crews dedicated to potholes, with the remaining crews assigned to street sweeping, which is still ongoing but expected to be completed shortly. However, as I drive around the city, I'm not seeing the pothole crews or the potholes being filled as much as they should. I'm constantly getting messages from constituents about the conditions of the road and about how they've reported potholes and it's taking too long for them to be filled. I believe we also left the matter of potholes at crews were going to go street by street instead of the former first come, first served process based on 311 work orders. However, residents are getting told that crews are still working off a list. So I'm confused, and residents are confused as well about what process is being followed. It's now June 2nd. We're telling residents to report potholes that we're getting to them, but the reality is we're not, and it's taking too long. At some point, it's almost like crying wolf, and people don't report issues because they don't have faith that it will get done. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the administration, how long do residents have to wait for potholes to be filled, and what do we consider an acceptable response time? Can somebody answer?
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, it all depending on, one, what the gravity of that pothole is, but also in terms of what the department is encompassing that day. A rule of thumb that we have within our system is oftentimes 24 to 48 hours. We want to be able to repair those. But then there's a lot of factors that come into play that sometimes could delay that process.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, through you, another related point I would like to raise is that a while back when City Manager O'Brien and DPW Commissioner Bob Moylan's their administration, they implemented an initiative calling a pothole to 508-929-1300, which now is 311, and it would be filled within 24 hours. Why isn't this program still in existence, and how long ago did it end? What would it take, whether it's funding, staffing, or anything else, to bring it back? Mr. Chairman, I'd like to find out if we could bring it back. So is there a response from the administration regarding that?
Yeah, through the chair to the council, the program hasn't changed. It's still the same program, still same efforts. Again, it all comes down to the level and the conditions of our roads. And one of the things that we've been very clear is that our road network has deteriorated over many years, and we're trying to put an intentional effort right now as part of this budget, as part of our work right now, to try to deal with the many issues that we have in our infrastructure. But the program hasn't changed, and like I said earlier, we're trying to, the rule of thumb is within 24 hours to 48 hours, we'll be able to repair those potholes. But again, it's, the program hasn't changed. We continue to go by the same structure that was applied many years ago.
Okay, well, Mr. Chairman, through you, I appreciate that response, and I know it's late, and I'll just say this, Mr. Chairman. If that's the case, 24 to 48 hours, I'd like to see people in DPW bring that to fruition. I'd like you to speak to the administration there and ask them to make that the goal, 24 to 48 hours. If that's the case, I'd like to see that happen, Mr. Chairman, and I hope it starts as soon as possible. Okay? Thank you very much, Mr. Manager. I appreciate your response. Thank you.
Okay, we got about 5 minutes left. I know we have a couple items that have to be passed tonight, and that is Councilor Rivera's item and 17C. Go ahead. What number you want?
17B, just report of the Committee of Public Works upon the petition of Mayor Joseph Petty and Council Jose Rivera on behalf of KDRC requests Level Street from Columbus Street to Garland Street be given the honorary street name designation of Zela Nunez Way. Recommend adoption of the accompanying order held to be first item of business.
Okay. And along with 17C, there's a petition of Councilor Gary Rosen and Robert Bellata regarding Gordon Hargrove Way. We need to, so we'll take those together and roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Bellata?
Yes.
Councilor Economo?
Yes.
Councilor Rizzolo?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Mitra?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rosen?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Councilor Bergman, we got a few minutes left.
Yes. Was that, Mr. Clerk, could you help me with that 10U? Help me find, 10U, Mr. Chairman.
10U?
Yep.
Then we go to Council Bellata after that?
Yep, it's his order.
Oh, he has his hand up too, okay. 10U. Okay, 10U is Standing Committee on Economic Development hold a public discussion adjusting the city's zoning book to amend Section 5 of the city's inclusionary zoning. Councilor Bergman, Councilor Bellata.
It's fine to go to committee. I think it's appropriate to be in economic development. I have my own thoughts about percentages and numbers and caps, but certainly Councilor Bellata's thoughts on it can be weighed in, and we can have it in ED where we can give it a sufficient amount of time to hash through it. So that would be my suggestion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Councilor Bellata.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, would love to send it to Economic Development. The city's Affordable Housing Trust Fund has done great work. I think this is an opportunity to leverage more funding to the only funding source, local controlled funding source that we have for affordable housing in the city. And I think it would be a great opportunity to, again, increase our funding for affordable housing and also try to leverage more affordable units. Again, Affordable Housing Trust Fund's done great work. I think 19.5 million. All of that coming from ARPA and the city's CPA. According to Economic Development, there's been six developments that fell under inclusionary zoning. 3 of them decided to opt out and make payments to the trust fund, which is great. That's come to about, I think, 460,000. But I also know that the new development over by Meade Street, you know, they've contributed, I think it's 1.6, I think. to the trust fund. All great things, all great work that will help move the needle on affordable housing, but I think we really need to look at how can we grow that, since, again, the big pots that originally went to that fund have been utilized, which is great. Let's build off that, and let's improve the trust fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Balata?
Yes.
Councilor Economo?
Yes.
Councilor Zolo?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Mitra?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rosen?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Council Blige, did you have your hand up for anything else, or is that it?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Okay, so the motion now is that the city council is going to go to recess to the June 2nd city council meeting until June 9th at 5 p.m. Further, that the city council will cancel the regular meeting of the city council on June 9th, and instead create a joint meeting on the agenda of the city council on June 16th. And also amend item 5A on the calendar, which says, stand committee, the rules, the council requests council suspend the rules to its June 9th. We have June 2nd right now, meeting to take up the committee on finance. That's the budget. So collectively, roll call.
Councilor Bergman? Yes. Councilor Balata?
Yes.
Councilor Economo?
Yes.
Councilor Zolo?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Mitra?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rosen?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, the motion is to adjourn. Roll call.
Mr. Mayor, I think we recessed, so we don't need to adjourn.
I'm sorry, you recess. Yep, never mind. Thank you, everyone. It's been a pleasure with the budget. See you next week, 5 p.m.